We should have come down here for that yarn that I was just given about that guy. The full story.
I need to push it away quickly as well. I'm probably going to have about 4 hours sleep again today.
Fuck.
I said I was going to have an early night and it just never fucking come to fruition, man.
Are you waking up early or going to sleep late?
Going to sleep really late. Well, early I suppose. It's like fucking 6:30 now. Well, as long as I get up for 12, I ain't got much to do today. Like, there's a few emails I need to send and that's about it really. And then I start studying.
Oh, yeah.
I did quite a lot yesterday, so I'll have an easy day today.
I feel like I was meant to do something today, but I don't know what.
Sorry, man, it's probably loud as fuck, innit?
I'm glad Seven got that crazy girl band recently.
Yeah, that was good news, yeah, man.
Dude,
Literally, I deal with that, man.
I don't know if I told you, but like when Seven saw the logs with the other guy who I won't mention on stream was messaging her, he's just like, oh yo, hey, this is my name, and then it just gets replied to with like 1,000, 2,000 word spiel. And Seven was like, holy. And I think Dung Devil was like, they're both mentally unwell, but hers is the mental unwellness which consumes his. She just eats it up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
too real.
I want to say calculated, like the long replies and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Calculated sort of implies she knows she's doing it. Which is totally true. I just can't relate to like being so inauthentic to the point where like you have to like tell people you're authentic, and if they disagree then you like never talk to them again. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, how are you guys doing tonight then?
Yo, Pumpernickel. We're good.
Not bad, man. Not bad. I'm still hoping to bed yet, so.
How are you doing, Brummy? What part of
not too bad.
Birmingham are you from?
So I say that again.
What part of Birmingham are you from?
Pretty much smack bang in the middle, to be honest. Like,
Oh, okay.
inner city. Yeah. Oh, do you know Birmingham much?
My first wife was from Cannock.
Oh,
So,
okay, yes.
yeah, a bit north of
and-
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of know the area because of like her family lived around there, so I lived around there as well.
Well, like my mum and dad, where I grew up, it was probably like 10 minutes, probably about 15-minute walk to the city centre. I'm a little bit further out than that now. But yeah, that's pretty much been there my whole life, other than, you know, like working away and stuff like that.
Cannock is like County Staffordshire, right? Is that like the Black Country side?
I don't know if it's quite counted as Black Country.
It's like kind of near there, right?
Oh, actually, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. It might actually be counted as it. I'm not 100%. To be fair, been to Canada a few times.
Yeah. Are you a Villa fan or a City fan?
City, for all my sins. Yeah, which is not great, to be fair. I'm not really a massive football fan, but that's probably why, because fucking you can't be when you support Birmingham City, really. It's just yeah, but if I had to pick one, it'd be Birmingham City. What about yourself? Who do you support?
I'm a bit of a weird one. I'm from St Albans, just north of London, kind of near Watford area.
Yeah.
So I'm from a big family. It's like I've got like 6 brothers and sisters. So almost every one of us picked like a different London-based team. Some Chelsea, some Arsenal. You know, one of them Tottenham. But one of my best friends in elementary school was a Geordie. So I ended up going with Newcastle from the start.
No way, that's wild.
Yeah. So I've always just been like a random Newcastle fan.
Yeah, in the middle of like London.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Do you guys get much rugby? You must get like a decent amount of your school kids playing rugby, right?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Rugby's pretty popular.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, like you must have at least like 1 or 2 teams at like every high school,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. There's. I don't think my school had a rugby team, but a lot of schools do. Yeah, I think my school just about had a football team, to be honest.
Nice. I never really got that into rugby, to be honest. I was always like a volleyball player,
Yeah.
which is such a way less brutal sport. It's kind of nice just playing like an auxiliary sport.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I've only ever played for fun, like on a beach somewhere or something. I've never like played in like a proper setting, I suppose.
oh yeah, it gets cool once you get like into the technical parts of it all, where you like shout out formations and like everyone's like drilling doing their serves like 4 hours a week, so everyone's got the basics like completely set down.
Before the
Found it real
before
good
the
for team
winter
building.
set in, I got into playing volleyball with the missus.
Nice.
That was pretty fun. First time.
What was you, indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor, just like we just go to like a local park with some friends,
Oh,
set up a net.
Yeah, it was definitely like one of the. I know like people say sports do like team building and stuff, but I never really like found that until I played volleyball.
I mean, I suck at it, so yeah. I'm not at that level yet,
Yeah.
but yeah.
yeah. The only thing I really played in sport, I played a bit of basketball, which was strange because I'm only 5'9", so it's like fucking shortest basketball player. But yeah, I played like point guard at school. I wasn't really great at football, to be honest. But I enjoyed basketball.
Nice. Yeah, you got to be into it. I played a lot of basketball, but I sucked at it, despite being tall. I think I just
got
wasn't
two
that into
trophies
it
from
though.
basketball
If I'm not into it
because-
and I don't have game sense, then it's like, it's never going to go anywhere. That's the key. Do you reckon you should teach you like? Do you guys have kids, and would you like teach them martial arts? Because
I have, and I'm thinking about it, to be honest. I've got like a 7-year-old at the moment, and
Yeah.
I think he's at that age where it might be worth considering doing it. Yeah, actually, it's just I don't. I've always thought, because he gets into enough fights already. He's a little mad kid, man. And I don't want it to encourage it, but I think at the same time, if he goes to the right place, it might even settle him down a little bit.
yeah, I definitely think they're like there's a thing that people who don't do boxing do, where they'll like eye people up, they'll stare at them real hard, and it's them like sizing up the target for where they want to hit. And I think that like it's kind of like when you're angry, and then when you like when Jevons came in and he was maybe angry about something else.
Yeah.
It like fosters that sort of like negative reaction to like more and more things. Whereas like a boxer like knows they can do it, knows that like 100% like natural and ease and confident, to the point where they don't even have to like eye up their target for where they're going to throw the shot. They just know that all of their shots will be accurate.
Yeah.
It sort of takes away that need to do it, as well as takes away like I get like especially when I was younger, I'd get like paralyzed by like nerves,
Mhm.
So like I always thought that like, and then like once I like learned, just got a bit more confident with it. Definitely helps.
I've heard kind of like mixed things regarding using I don't know whether it was specifically about sports, but using like a punching bag or this kind of targeted outlet for aggression as a way of managing aggression. is actually like a super ineffectual and bad way of dealing with like anger or behavioral management.
Right.
Because what ends up happening is that the person still ends up getting the dopamine, the endorphin release
Of being angry.
from doing that, but then they end up getting addicted to doing that. So
Yeah.
they're more likely to get aggressive again in the future, and it creates like a cycle.
Yeah. You
That
see it
makes
with like
sense.
like a Dota player, right? Who just like rages every time he plays.
Yeah, yeah, and they just
Exactly.
it ends up being both the thing that they think is helping with their anger and also the cause of their anger.
Yeah.
But then I also wonder, like, if the discipline itself of the martial arts can kind of like curb that as well, like, especially if you're doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I think it totally depends on the personality of your kid.
Yeah.
True.
I think that because it's so obviously like a violent sport, and yes, people might get confused. I think that's like an outlet, but really it's like it's like growing your violence. But it usually comes along with like a lot of lessons about like learning respect and like all of that. So like most like islanders and like Maori people definitely have that problem with it. They don't have good fathers and stuff. But from what I've seen, like the friends of mine who like are good fathers to their kids, they all like teach their kids martial arts. It's just sort of like part of their culture. So it's pretty like the islanders are so stocky and so well built, but you find like most of them are actually like pretty decent amateur boxers as well. So they are like a real handful. But yeah, along with that comes like a lot of like Christianity and like reverence and respect for like a whole lot of things.
Yeah.
As well as like the general like you know when they see like racism, they like realize like, oh, that's probably not coming from the kids, it's probably coming from their parents when the next neighbor's kids be like kind of weird and racist and stuff. You see like a lot of like better understanding of like the world, and then like the need to like develop confidence and all of that. Because if your kid's gonna be angry, that I mean every kid gets sort of angry. They need to learn to deal with it somehow. And
I think
I wouldn't cast away the
yeah,
confidence of like knowing how to move in your body. If you
yeah,
just,
for sure.
Yeah.
I think I would draw the line, I guess, if you had to draw one. And this would obviously depend on the parent, but whether you feel like your kid is angry or frustrated or whatever because they have like they're like overstimulated, like they've got all this excess energy they need to get rid of, or whether it could be caused by a different thing, something like oppositional defiant disorder, ODD, or conduct disorder, which can also be the cause for that kind of energy. And those kind of people will use the training that they get, not necessarily in the spirit of how it's given.
Yeah.
So I think like you've got to really know your kid, I think.
Yeah.
Because I was also considering like some of the Eastern martial arts, just mainly from the point of view is you get that little bit of the spirituality side of it as well, like kind of like bred into it. And I don't know, I thought maybe that might take away some of the like more negative impacts.
Yeah, because the guys who are like really good at their martial arts are usually like also pretty stable in their lives and like have like the drive and have like the respect for those things. So they're actually really good at teaching that like moderated
I think
behavior.
Yeah, you have to be kind of careful of these things because they can be like a self-affirming fallacy, like what Crisp just said. Now it could be the case that only people who have the capacity to be like good and stable in their lives go on to develop that degree of martial arts. So it's hard to put like the causation or correlation.
Yeah, on that same note though, like if you watch the UFC thing where they send all those young fighters into those houses, those like at least half of those dudes are incredibly unhinged, and it's because not everyone learns martial arts, and the more unhinged dudes are way more likely to learn it, and then they're the ones that aren't going to be able to pick up that other lesson anyway. Whereas the other half of those dudes are more like nerdy, down to earth kind of guys who maybe got bullied and then went to learn the martial arts and then became like more obsessed with it to become like physical specimens.
Yeah.
So it's like a real mixed bag. It's similar to going to the gym. Like nowadays, a lot of people go to the gym because like TikTok and whatever. But like back in the day, it was the dudes who were already naturally inclined to be buff, already went to the gym. So even when you go to the gym and it's like, oh, you can just be like the guys here, you couldn't really be. Like there are a lot of guys who went to the gym anyway who you're never going to be like that. And it's because they are like, especially if they're dumb actually as well, because they don't have anything else going on in their life. So they just become obsessed with that one thing.
It's like the mentality thing, isn't it? Like certain people haven't got that right mentality and the dedication to keep going back day in day out and actually build that physique. Or
yeah,
Yeah.
I have a friend like that who like I'll probably never be as strong as him, but he's never done like weighted squats and never really does deadlifts, and then he's dumb as well, so he gets a lot of respect out of like, or he finally feels like that respect when he like bullies people. But then when he went to a martial arts gym, he was wrestling with the other white belt, and the white belt's trying to tap out, and he's just like too caught up in the frenzy of the moment. Like he is the kind of guy when he sees like blood, because we would go skateboarding and someone would fall off, when he sees the blood, you can just see his demeanor shift. Like he just gets hyped up and he's just like, this is awesome, like someone got hurt. When he's at the gym, he's obviously like actually got the right to hurt people. In his head, he's like, man, I can just like hurt all these people and it makes me the cool dominant one. And the black belt, the fully grown black belt came over and like choked him out like 3 times and didn't tell him to leave and never come back, but basically was like, you probably don't have the mentality to be beaten like this over and over and over.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do it to you now, and you probably you won't come back. And he did. He never went back. So it puts a bit more pressure on you as a parent to like constantly be teaching your kid the respect thing, because you wouldn't want to just rely on the martial arts gym to teach them a whole bunch of other psychological tropes. But,
I think that's kind of the key part, Chris. Like for like a lot of I think especially in kids as well, for a lot of like developmental stuff, like if the kid has a behavior that's like abnormal or non-standard for like their age or level of development or something, it's, I don't want to say like it's impossible to, but in many cases I feel like it's pretty difficult to correct for that using something that's like environmental.
Kind of one's conscious of that is, how do you think the military does it?
Well, they don't. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's a bit of a myth. They basically end up bullying people into submission. Now, like the Japanese society, for example, one of the famous idioms or whatever is that the nail that sticks out gets hammered back in. And to a degree, like if you look at it from a macro level, sure, it works. Like you have a very homogenous culture in their society and things like that. But then when you start looking deeply into the statistics, you start seeing some like alarming repercussions of this kind of culture. Ridiculous suicide rates. People are still hurting, but they then have to channel it into like more socially acceptable ways. So I think, like as a parent, you have to be really careful using or attempting to use sport as some kind of panacea, especially contact sport. Just because there is no, like for many developmental issues with kids, and just like off the top of my head, and I know it's my pet issue, but like with ADHD, that there's nothing environmental you can do to cure that or mitigate. I mean, you can change things in the environment to make it easier for the kid to live in that environment, but you can't expose them to anything that will change how they think fundamentally.
If you can get over like the gender boundaries, I think gymnastics would be a really good one. Although it leads to a lot of injuries in older life. I feel like that's a real good one to like teach them to be like confident in their own body, especially if they're like having trouble like team working with other kids. Probably really good for ADHD kids, probably, to learn gymnastics.
I think as a general rule of thumb for kids with like an aggression issue or social conduct issue or something like that, I think a lot of the time probably the best play is to get them heavily into something that uses up a lot of their physical energy, but isn't necessarily super competitive or like contacty, like a contact sport. And then just keep them on that until they hopefully just get a bit older, because with age might come that maturity that they need to keep themselves in check. So you kind of just like bridging the gap and channeling that energy into one direction just while they're, you know, still young enough in their development to be maybe like not great with their reactions. But that will hopefully come in time.
True.
What the fuck do I know? I haven't got kids, so yeah.
Yeah, no kids. But yeah, I was just thinking, because even with like jiu-jitsu, where you take away like that full contact, it didn't really help like my friend, like judo or jiu-jitsu. Maybe aikido would like be some kind of blend of the more spiritual side, but they're not with everyone. I mean, you look at Ronda Rousey and Brock Lesnar, and those people are so unhinged. I was talking before about Brock Lesnar's daughter. If you guys, have you ever seen a picture of her? Yeah. Who was it? Who was like?
You mean Brock Jr.?
Brock Jr. Yeah. Little Miss Brock. Yeah, I don't mind like having a girlfriend who's got masculine features. Then I know my kids are just going to be ultimate Giga Chads.
If your daughter's the ultimate Giga Chad, why not turn out too well for her?
Yeah.
I haven't actually sure. I'm gonna Google it.
She'll just find a guy like you, right? Who respects the masculinity.
I don't want that.
Well, she just gets a little twink boyfriend. Right.
Oh, shit, actually.
Puts him on his shoulder, carries him around. Like Tree of Life, you know. I think her husband is a giant ginger man though, so.
It's literally Brock Lesnar a little bit smaller with a wig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally what it is. That's wild.
Yeah, actually, I might look that up.
Somebody's gonna love her. So some little twink boyfriend's gonna be super happy with that.
Yeah, it's gonna end up with Viking children.
Yeah, it'll probably be like a lumberjack with a huge beard that like takes her away into the woods. Like
that's good. Yeah.
Ronda Rousey's boyfriend is like another like mixed martial arts fighter called Travis Brown, I think. But then even he doesn't seem, I don't know. I bet when those two fight, it's very full on. You guys seen Vikings? Actually. Oh, sorry.
Don't you think Ronda Rousey's kind of cute?
Sometimes.
Ronda Rousey isn't bad. Yeah.
Just not for me, I don't think. A little bit too.
Yeah, she's not. Alright, if you had to choose between Brock Lesnar Jr. or Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, dude, like her arms and shoulders are like fully rounded and like giant. Makes you realize like, oh, he probably just wasn't on steroids that much.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Either that or she is.
It must be a trip for him. I don't know what his parents look like, but for him to finally meet like another person that's kind of like him and it's his own daughter would be like sick.
I wonder what his wife looked like.
Mini me. His wife just looks like him. They all look the same.
Yeah.
Oh, his wife's really pretty.
You think his wife's upset?
What
Like,
about?
she's super pretty and feminine, and then her daughter comes out looking like Brock.
Just looking like.
Wait, wasn't she a wrestler? Is that the same Sable?
Rena Sable
Rena
Lesnar.
Sable.
Yeah, she's got a big back on her, so like she looks.
I'm sure I remember that now.
She looks like pretty wide back, as well.
Yeah,
Well, she's a
that's why I
wrestler.
like Viking.
Yeah, she had to be pretty jacked.
Got her all the events. What a trippy life. You seen that one where like Brock Lesnar knocks that guy out in the UFC, and they're like, "What do you got to say, Brock?" And he's like, "I'm gonna go home and drink a Coors Light, cause Bud Light didn't want to sponsor me." Fuck you, Bud Light. That's some funny shit. Well, let me find it.
Shit, she's 10 years older than him.
Oh, he just needed his like his mommy.
Cougar, yeah.
Yeah, his cougar mum vibes.
Found his dummy mummy.
Yeah. I'm definitely like Peach was saying the other day like that the like cougar implies like a motherly nature, so you don't really get to use it unless you're like and mummy milkers as well. If you're not a mummy,
Yeah.
oh that's androider actually. Yeah, it's like if you're not a mummy, it doesn't count, right? And after hearing it, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like, I think it's true. I don't think it's just like. I think it's dudes who like. Here we go. Brock Lesnar dumped on Bud Light.
I don't think I've seen
What
it.
about like, do you think you might still have to do damage control for Brock? For
Wait, it's
people
not
that, like,
this.
didn't see it in the press conference and stuff like that.
All right, I'm here with the champ, Brock Lesnar. First of all, Brock, congratulations. You got your revenge. Give us your thoughts on the fight. I love it. Keep going. Keep
How are you guys feeling tonight? What's the
love it,
vibe?
man.
What's the content?
You were
chill night.
very worked up even after the fight, even
Haven't-
after
no one's
being
talked about any
Frank
streaming
Mir
stuff all
down.
day.
You still were
So-
upset and you got in his face. Tell us why you're still
I don't know
upset.
what's going on. I just got back from seeing the
Frank Mir had a horseshoe up his ass.
Yeah,
I told him that a year ago. I pulled that sumbitch out and I beat him over the head with it. Woo!
God, he's scary.
All right, now you're not you don't like promoting fights very much. You don't like talking trash. You just like going there and getting the job done. You did it. You got it done tonight. You've only had 5 MMA fights ever, and you've already avenged your 1 loss. Give us your thoughts
Yes, I hope
about
this
your
is where it
future
ignores
and
Joe
what you
Rogan
expect next
and
as a
rips on
challenge to your
Bud Light.
title.
I love it. I love it. I'm gonna go home tonight. I'm gonna drink a Coors Light. That's a Coors Light because Bud Light won't pay me nothing. I'm gonna sit down with my friends and family. And hell, I might even get on top of my wife tonight. See y'all later.
Brock Lesnar, ladies and
Yes. the face of Frank Mir, who people like, he's like kind of a similar size to Brock, but he just gets obviously just
It's also
yeah.
wild seeing Joe Rogan with hair as well.
Little Joe.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Brock isn't that big then, because Joe's small. So Brock isn't that fucking big.
Yeah, not that huge hands. I think. I don't know. Actually, Joe's got pretty big hands.
No, he's super fucking built, Brock, but Joe's like 5'8", maybe.
Maybe
5'7", really,
Maybe
yeah.
5'6". There's a good clip of you know Joe Rogan and that scientist commentator guy.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. that guy.
Yeah, you know they hate each other.
No way.
Yeah, because Neil would always go on the show and like kind of just like point out like how retarded Joe was, and then in this one, they're like talking about how tall Joe is. He's like, so you said you're like 5'8", and he's like, probably on the lower end of 5'8", right?
5'8".
5'8". Okay. How tall are you?
5'8".
5'8". Okay.
5'8".
Yeah, they have some. Joe gets real upset talking to him in quite a few podcasts, and then just never has him on again. Yeah, ooh, really looking 5'6", maybe 5'5", almost.
He was probably 5'8" in his fucking prime when he was like 21, and he shrunk to that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of violence in me for sure. I don't know if it's genetic or learned, or I look like a violent person. You know, if I didn't know me,
He was
it's
always
just even
pretty
the way
good.
I'm built.
I haven't
Not
watched
even just the
his
working out part,
his
just the
Spotify
size of my
really.
hands and
Yeah.
like there's the width of my shoulders. Like
Well, he
there's
always had like
uh,
super
most
interesting like
likely
health
a lot of
people and
violence in my
like
history,
scientists
in
and
my
shit on.
past,
So
in
he's
my
got pretty good,
ancestry.
good watches.
I just always felt
So,
like he would have people.
Are
on,
you
but he didn't have
5'7"
any of
and
the-
3/4"?
It's probably
Like,
closer to
I
that.
get when you do like a podcast, you're not going to have much background in the thing that the guest is coming on to talk about, which kind of makes sense, right? But I felt like he just never asked like super interesting question, and he didn't have the very basic knowledge that you'd need to like push back hard against the really crazy guest that he had on.
Nah, that's one thing people give him shit for it, and then they're right. He doesn't like push back on shit. But I mean, it's also he just kind of lets people talk, you know.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
think
oh,
it's
that's
more
crazy.
that form is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Of their
I get that
existence.
impression as well. Like it's more like you come on and talk, and I'll, you know, like ask you questions, but it's your show almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, what's he there for?
Well,
Yeah.
he keeps the conversation flowing. He does some quips every now and then, throws in a story, you know.
It must be hard though, having such like a variety of guests, having to like dig into little bits and pieces of everything. It must be quite difficult, quite challenging. 'Cause he has
A lot-
I don't know. I'm kind of black-pilled on it, I guess, a little bit, because I feel like even for like the most esoteric subject, like I don't know, some guy that comes on that was like an expert in nuclear energy in a discussion about like clean energy or something. Like you can, with a couple hours of googling, you can pretty much learn the basics of how that all works.
Yeah, but his workflow, you know, he fucking shoots a
Yeah.
podcast like almost
I
every
guess so.
day. They're getting guests on and shit like that.
The other weird thing is like
And-
when he has those kinds of guests on, it's not like your typical nuclear scientist, or like there's one guy who did like plate tectonics, and he was like alternative plate tectonics is what he was into, so it would be like the
Yeah.
conspiracy side of it.
Yeah.
But I
because
get
that's
that.
you know what Joe's into, right? But fuck, it got weird.
He's conspiratorial anyway, so he's going to lean that direction.
Yeah.
But I think he should get people that are more mainstream as well to balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, Joe Rogan, Korean defector. This is one that I really need to watch again, is with this lady.
Yeah, we was
And he-
talking about the day, weren't we?
He
Yeah.
had the alien
Oh,
guy
a
on
while ago.
before as well, didn't he?
What one?
I always liked Randall Carlson and who's the other guy that they have on together?
Oh, I know who you mean, Randall Carlson. And
Yeah, Randall
Brother
Carson's
Wright's
one.
It was something Lazar, the alien
Well-
guy.
Yeah, here we go,
Lazar.
Bob
Yeah.
Lazar.
Oh, that's Bob Lazar, that.
So this was cool. Like I think I knew about who Bob Lazar
Right.
was before he came on
Graham
here.
Hancock, I'm thinking of.
Bob
Well,
was
he-
like one of the more believable
Yeah, Graham
ones.
Hancock. You're right.
But then when you look into
Well,
it,
he's Bob Lazar kind of popularized the whole thing. Like
Yeah.
he was saying all his shit back in the fucking 80s and 90s before like the internet took off.
You know,
Oh, what he's saying
this
is fucking
200
100% true, dude.
real. You want to watch 5 minutes of him and just see if anything crazy comes out?
Yeah, sure.
'Cause,
Yeah, I told you
I
last
will
night when we went
fight
out to
you on
dinner.
everything that he says. It's such bullshit.
yeah. I remember I listened to like hours and hours of Bob Lazar while I was playing like Fallout New Vegas when I was like 19 years old and just high out of my mind. And it was so good, but like eventually I got to it all and I'm like, man, just so many stories and I just don't know how if I can take all this on board. Like,
I mean, he's pretty. You know what aids him too is the whole like them trying to like legitimize. He's like, you know, he never worked at Los Alamos. Then he has the proof that he was at Los Alamos. You know,
right. True.
which it's like, all right, maybe it's a fabrication, but it's like I don't know. It seems kind of he's that committed to the bit. He went and posed as a scientist in Los Alamos in the 80s, and then, you know, just continued to run with it, making up crazy stories.
Yeah, or maybe they just want to shut him down because he did work. They hired a guy who like worked there for a few years and then turned out to be a whack job. Like, we watched one last night about a guy who he was a scientist for like the American government for like 18 years, and he invented like all these different like particle readers and wavelength frequency things, but he also invented the sensory deprivation chamber, and he just started taking fuckloads of ketamine, fuckloads of LSD every day, and then he like 18 years of being like a world-renowned scientist, he was like pretty rich, so he built a house that was half underwater and then got like a dolphin to come live in it with a woman, and he started just giving the dolphin fuckloads of LSD and yeah, and trying to teach her English. And it got real weird, and they sort of like end up like cutting ties with like guys like that, and I wonder if Bob Lazar's like kind of similar. Lying about it though, it's a bit.
The problem with those smart, like, I'm sorry, you go.
No, okay. I was gonna say I do find it strange that how all these government like official people and they all come out and start talking about aliens and shit, and I don't know where I stand on it. I don't know if I believe it's true, but I do find it weird that they all seem to come out of the woodwork.
Well, I think
like what weird is
like
in,
you had the guy that was,
there's too many of them for it not to be true.
Yeah, that's the impression that I get. But then I think unless there's some reason why they're trying to say that it's true, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
but the way I look at it, like especially with the dolphin guy, is that it's like a midlife crisis. But instead of being like a regular midlife crisis where you didn't do anything with your life, your midlife crisis is like, I need to change the world. So like, I'm gonna like I'm gonna make dolphins talk, and I'm gonna create like a thing that we've never seen before. We have an interspecies civilization, or yeah, basically that.
Or like
I don't know.
attention starved thing in it.
I kind of see it more as like if you're like there's like 3 types of people who do LSD. Well, I guess there's 4 types of people who do LSD, right? There's people who just want to go and fucking they like drugs, so they're like, oh yeah, fucking it's crazy. I saw a bunch of vision. And then you got people who are dumb, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm fucking talking to God, and I'm the chosen one. And that fucking gets them, right? Yeah. And then you have like the relatively, you know, well put together, who are kind of like spiritual people, who are like, yeah, I've seen some shit, and it's interesting, and it makes me like, you know, question certain things and stuff about like, you know, our preconceived notions of God and you know the world around us and stuff. But they're like, oh, they try to stay humble and grounded, and they're like, yeah, you know, but you know, this is all, you know, my experience, and you know, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. And then you have on the other end of that, you have the super smart guys who are kind of similar to the dumb fucks, who are like, oh yeah, I saw God and everything like that, but they're smart. And
yeah, I also talk to God, but like I have a bit more reverence for him.
Well, but they go even farther. They're like, I talk to God, and I'm smart enough that I can go and fucking create these things that I see in my mind. And it's like, let me fucking go and go full bore into that. So they're like, yeah, it's a great idea. And they're kind of like, you know, that they kind of lose themselves a little bit in that.
Yeah. That makes
I guess
sense.
there's a middle. It's like a spectrum, right? You know, you got the fucking completely uneducated to the super educated, and you know how you internalize that shit.
But Bob Lazar's kind of like a different version than all of those, though. Like, there's sort of like a thoroughness to his delusion, which sort of makes sense. Like, one thing I definitely remember is him saying that, like, the aliens reflect us in, like, a lot of ways, where, like, they have their higher-up members and their lower-up members, but it's not... Maybe they... Or they bring aliens here to like get used to like hanging out with other species and stuff, so that's what I assume about, like not lower but like just normal civilians like being indoctrinated. But they would try to replicate what we do to make us feel more comfortable, so they would portray themselves to have like admirals and commanders and all of that kind of shit.
I've never seen.
Remember that?
I've never seen Bob Lazar. I've seen some people who talked about like what those like the cave systems supposedly where the government works with aliens and shit like that. Like I've heard about that, but I've never seen Bob Lazar. He always talked, at least the ones I've seen, where he's talking like the technology that he's seen, like that it was, you know,
right,
like field generators and stuff.
Caves. Yeah, like the giant caves that
supposedly-
are like wider than a highway and like really tall and would like go down real
Right,
deep with
no,
trucks in there every day.
Sorry,
right?
yeah. I just thought you heard. I heard like the K system,
Oh.
and I was like, no shot. They named it after the
Agent K.
fucking guy in Men in Black. Yeah. No shot. They called it that. I was like,
Dude,
what?
What do they call that? The movie is just like the message to the people to let us know that it's all real.
Yeah, they're giving us little. They have their dharmatic entanglement with all of us, so they have to tell us little bits and facts that you know. That way it's out there. That way they're not lying to us all.
I used to play into that real well because it like I used to play into that a lot because it kind of makes sense that they want to like soften you up to the idea. But then like when the Lego movie came out and I was like, I recognized how like schizo I'd become because I was like, the Lego movie is like the ultimate like storytelling.
No, it is.
Gonna happen.
You're right. You're right. The Lego movie is perfect.
It is, but yeah, like everything is awesome.
Yeah, I definitely had my like tutorial days, like especially after like DMT and stuff like that, and then you go down some crazy rabbit holes, and you think, oh, everyone thinks like everyone agrees with me, and then at a certain point you just come out the other side and you're just like, nah, that was just that's just too much. Like, I don't know.
My view on it is it's either like a crazy, Bob Lazar is either a crazy individual, or he's true and the government, what he says is true and the government is trying to like suppress it, or alternatively, the secret third thing is that the U.S. government uses him as like propaganda and like misinformation to keep like foreign governments like at bay. They're like, oh shit, the U.S. government is working on this shit. Let's try to look into that. To waste their resources, like a spy game type of shit. They're like, oh, the U.S. government has alien fucking ships. They're reverse engineering and shit. They've been doing it since the 50s. What do they have?
I think a lot of the conspiracy theorists that like believe like Bob Lazar and his whole alien thing, or even believe like a grain of, like there might be a grain of truth in it. I think what they really miss is the wildness of some of the statements that Bob Lazar makes and the implications therein. Like even him saying that like, like aliens, they have like a hierarchy in their society. Like that's not like we have dead bodies from an alien like crash ship. That's an anthropological statement on the culture of people that you've observed over a long period of time. You can't just say that about a group of people that you've directly observed in a natural environment for a long period. That's like a whole different level than what he's claiming.
I've never heard Bob Lazar speak on like aliens and stuff. The most I've seen that Bob Lazar, at least from I haven't checked into Bob Lazar in years, right? So there could be stuff that I'm missing. There probably is, but the most I've seen is that like he knows they come from like the Alpha Centauri, like the location of where they come from, and like the technology is wireless field generators, and like we're trying to reverse engineer these like
okay.
What he gets the basketball and stuff supposedly is like the power plant for their ships and stuff like that. They were trying to reverse engineer that for like a long time. I've never heard his like claims, but I've heard other people who say who go and say about like the cave systems and stuff, and how like there's alien scientists that work alongside human scientists in those systems, in those cave systems and shit, and that they have like a I guess a hierarchy would be implied, but like a social order where they have while they're working with us to go and develop things and use our access to the surface and then also do their own shit.
I might be confusing
like
Bob Lazar for another guy who definitely worked at Area 51, and he like went out to like a cabin and like far away from the base, and then he's like in bed, and then he like sees the alien like walk into his cabin just to like observe him, and like his job was to be observed so the aliens could get used to him, and he described them as like tall, white, lengthy, but like they had musculature but not much, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of like how an alien is to a monkey, but we're the monkey and they're the human. I mean, how a human is to a monkey, like bigger head, less muscle mass.
If I remember right, Bob Lazar was the one that got sacked, wasn't he? And then he got a group of his friends to go to Area 51, and they all went outside on a certain day, a certain time when he knew it would be happening. And he was seeing them do the test flights, and he had all of that footage, which is arguably fake or whatever, I don't know, or real. But yeah, I think that's where Bob Lazar's claim originally first come from. Then he started talking about that a certain element like isotopes, something that was they found a stable version of it that made space travel possible and all of that type of stuff, weren't it?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah,
right.
because there's the whole thing is that that they don't have what's non-reactionary propulsion systems, where we use fuel and shit to push and react on the environment, and the claim is that the technology that they have basically bends and warps space-time around the ship to go and
time.
move through these fields. Yeah.
So yeah, they can, instead of turning
I
a
believe
corner, they like move time around them, which is super
It's
weird.
such
Yes.
horseshit. It's such horseshit.
I mean, if you told people 200 years ago that we were talking to people around the world instantaneously, and we could see people, and
No, because that was always possible back then. Like we just didn't have the technology. Like an engineer could
Yeah.
time travel 200 years ago, and they would physically be able to create that device, like a radio.
It's
Like
more manufacturing improvements.
the rules
Yeah,
of
yeah.
physics were as
well, yeah,
true then
okay,
as they are
yeah.
now, right?
This is, but we're dealing with explain the microchip and the transistor would be hard, but yeah, I guess people could wrap their head around that. But once you start explaining them like quantum computing, right, and that shit, and because quantum computing is very real, and we deal with it in not just in quantum computers, but like the level of circuitry that we've gotten to in regular computers is kind of, we're hitting a limit where it's not in production yet, but we're hitting a limit where the electrons are quantum tunneling through the the semiconductor material, and it's like we're going to get to a point where we can't shrink semiconductors anymore because of quantum physics. And if you explain quantum physics and that we were able to harness that, and you say that, yeah, so we have these things called bits, and it's a 1 and a 0, basically it's an on or off state, but there's also this third thing where it's maybe, and it's unmeasurable until you measure it, and then, but we figured out how to measure it, and then we also learn how to apply that to certain levels of computing. If you told that to people, they'd be like, what the fuck, you're fucking,
I don't
you're
know,
mentally
Wait,
ill.
wait, before you rebut
I
against that
disagree.
pumpernickel,
Yeah.
I think one of the best ways to look at it is like back in the olden days, they would think of like a ferry or whatever, and the ferry would like carry a message, and then now we have like a cell phone which like carries like heaps of messages for you, gives you unlimited information seemingly from like a whole other world. So it's sort of like a mixture of our hopes of like what we can do, but you probably might
Yeah,
want to rebut on what we can actually and cannot do, and the aliens seem to do things that aren't possible, right?
Yeah, I think if you go far enough back that the scientific method itself hasn't yet been invented, then yeah, I guess that's like that you're basically speaking a different language. But if you meet like a scientist 100, 200 years ago and explain the basics of quantum mechanics to them, which and the basics aren't that complicated, not like the entry level stuff, and then explain that through the like statistical modeling is actually the most accurate prediction of physics that we've ever come up with,
Right.
then they could be like, well, okay, I guess that's just how the universe works then. That's like the fundamental rules.
What's
are
the
different.
there's a few implications from that. I'm not sure if I can tell where it's going to go, but it does seem like we've reached a point where, unless we have some major breakthroughs, we've sort of reached like a lot of the end game, right?
I mean, I
well-
don't want to say we've reached an end game, because like what Rick is saying, like, oh, how do we know that we're at an end game? I just think, philosophically speaking, there is going to be an end game.
Yeah.
So one day we'll reach it. And the argument that, oh, who's to say we've reached the end game now? That's just as valid as me saying, well, we have reached the end game now, because we don't know.
Right.
Well, yeah, there's
We
people.
could have or we could not have, but it having happened before that we developed like super advanced technologies that like ancient people wouldn't have been able to imagine, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to do that again in the future.
I think it'd be fair to say we haven't reached the end game because all of our models don't fit together well. Like,
Darkness,
you
dark.
like I'm trying to think of the model we use now. Like, It's not Newtonian physics anymore, is it? What's it called now?
General relativity. Or special
General
relativity.
relativity doesn't fit well with quantum mechanics and stuff like that. So I think there's still room to advance purely because if there wasn't, we would see these matching up much better than what they do.
Well, they do match up super well. It's just in really extreme places that they don't, like the inside of a black hole. Like
Well,
that's
yeah,
one of the
Isn't there
places
even something
where.
about gravity? Doesn't like
Yeah.
gravity doesn't work in the quantum model as well?
Quantum gravity is like a whole different thing. Like it doesn't really
Yeah.
work with stuff
Well,
that small.
Well, gravity and also particle physics and stuff, it doesn't break the models, but it definitely, we haven't
Doesn't
harnessed it.
together.
Well, we haven't
Yeah.
Yeah, and we haven't harnessed it yet. You know, like right now, our communications is limited by light and by light and you know,
Time.
electrical radio and electrical signals, right? So if we can figure out how to harness particles that aren't bound by materials, right? Like there's certain like particles and stuff that can go like all the way through the earth and stuff like that, completely unfazed. And there are certain particles that can break the speed of light. And if we could go and harness that for communication, stuff like that, we could push forward in certain things like that. Now the question is can we? I think we're gonna computing is gonna start hitting a brick wall eventually, and it's brick, not Rick. So I know the B is a little red, but sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So like it's all about application, and I think we're very limited to at the moment material science. Material science and the application of these new theories that we have, because we've kind of mastered everything, right? We're making super efficient engines, and we're making super efficient computers now, and where a lot of the advancing in computing in the future is back in the day it was Moore's law, where they would shrink the die and fit more semiconductors on the chip, but now it's starting to shift away from shrinking and fitting more to optimization, and eventually we're gonna get to the most optimized computer. We're going to then eventually get to the most optimized, and we're going to be limited by the size of computing technology that we make, because like I said, quantum tunneling is going to start fucking with the ability to actually have die shrinks and shit like that. So we're going to hit some walls there, but if we make breakthroughs in material science, and ultimately the big breakthroughs, because what is the end game is the question, right? That's I think the bigger question.
I get what you're saying. I just feel like
because we're master of the earth now, right? We're completely
kind of. There's things we put like moral boundaries on. So like biological science is something that we don't fuck with because it seems immoral. We don't want to actually change people's DNA. Or
aside from that, I'm just talking about the physical realm. Like we weren't masters of the earth even 100 years ago. Like ships went out to sea and they sunk, right? Nowadays.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, but I think I disagree from just like a fundamental philosophical level. Like,
and we don't control the system, right? We can't. We do a little bit of cloud seeding and weather modification, but we don't I'm not saying we're master of the earth that we can make it rain and shine on our whim, but we've harnessed the earth, right?
I feel like we've always been masters of it, and just to go back to really set my goalposts, I guess, for that statement. I feel like even since the dawn of civilization and the advent of agriculture, we've been the masters of Earth. Like we are the only species. And we have to remember, if you go back to ancient Mesopotamia and you steal a person and bring them back through their time machine to where we are now, that person's brain has no less IQ or intellectual differences than we have today. It's just like a system of education and environment that we grew up in. So that person had all the potential of modern humans, which is disgustingly high for their very primitive world. So we've always been able to we think of agriculture, right? That's effectively terraforming. We're diverting rivers from a very early level of human civilization. We're terraforming the environment around us. We're the only animal on the planet that has ever done that. In fact, if you think about evolution as a weird quirk of leaving survivor species behind an event that are better able to deal with that same event if it comes up again, we're the last major domination of life on Earth was with before the mammals, with the dinosaurs. they got wiped out by a meteor, and then lo and behold, a species survived enough to evolve into a form that can now, with the technology they have available, deflect meteors.
Yeah,
so we've
I
kind
mean,
of inured ourselves against that as well. And just to like, with the previous comment you made about like, oh, you know, the advancing of like technology with like quantum computing and things like that. I think what doesn't get mentioned enough in these conversations, it's not just the absolute level of functionality with these systems that we develop and these inventions, but it's also the degree of application that goes underutilized. So the shuttle that we used to land on the moon, I think had the computing power of like what is like a modern pocket calculator.
Yeah.
You know, so what you could do nowadays with a 4090 graphics card and just a normal gaming computer or high-end streaming computer or something, if you fully utilize that to its absolute maximum, you could use this kind of computer to do crazy scientific feats. You don't need to wait for quantum computing to do those things. We could already do them if they were possible.
No, and quantum computing is incredibly specialized. It's not going to be used in the same way we use general computation. It's just they're not analogous. I mean, they're similar. They're computers, but they're two separate forks, you know, of an evolution, so to speak. But I mean, I'll go back, and I agree with you on almost everything. And I agree that we've always been masters of the world. You know, conceptual apes we are, right? And I think the fact of the matter is, we're more than any other species, and luckily, because you know, when everything got wiped out before, they picked mammals, right, to go, you know, through the luck of the draw, that went and evolved from it, and then mammals, you know, had these incredible, you know, this nurturing nature, and you know, then developed into pack mentality and stuff like that. And while yes, the IQ, right, the raw horsepower hasn't really improved, but humans aren't just humans, right? We're this kind of like meta species where our culture is evolving with us. Our culture and our application and our technology is part of us. It's intrinsically us.
I don't know how true that is. I mean, even like if you go back to like 350 BC, like the time of like Plato and stuff like that, all of the essential building blocks are there. And Plato is probably as relevant today as he was 350 BC. So like how much have we really changed on a fundamental level?
Well, yeah, conceptual ape, like I said, conceptual ape-wise, right? Like our brain's always strong enough. So to deal with those abstracts, sure, like 100%. That make sure that, you know, these were people who were they were around a very prosperous trade area where they were able to free trade of ideas, and you know that's all they had to do, right? They were able to specialize in philosophy. Like that was the specialization. But the thing that humans always have been limited by is our application of technology, and historically it's been material science, right? That's why we have Bronze Age, and then you know, Steel Age, the Iron Age, and the Steel Age, right? And you know, now we've had the age of electronics and semiconductors and all that. And we've always been limited by bottlenecks, and the bottleneck has historically been our material science and our application of like theoretical principles, right? You know, the jet wasn't invented until like the late 1930s, but you know, the principles work the same as whoever invented, you know, steam engines. You know, heat, thermal expansion, it's all the same. But we were limited by material science, application of all that. You know, you couldn't build a jet in 1850, but you know, by the time we had, you know, high alloys, and we had, you know, a lot of research in, you know, we then had the industrial age, you know, 2 industrial booms.
Manufacturing is what's played the biggest single part.
Yeah, but also the advancements of, you know, the manufacturing enables more research. The research enables, you know, we were able to specialize in, you know, electron microscopes, and we were able to develop new alloys of steel and new alloys of titanium and all these things, and then that unlocks also, you know, harder and harder to reach resources, right? You know, during the era of Napoleon, his, you know, his dining set was made out of aluminum, because aluminum was incredibly valuable, because it was thought to be rare. It was hard to mine, but it actually, aluminum is more abundant than steel. It's it's a lot harder.
Just to wrap this around a bit, just to like wrap this back to Bob Lazar a bit, do you feel like if Bob Lazar is true, they're holding back like the advancement of material processing because the aliens would give us like that whole next breakthrough on the bottleneck. Or if it's not true, do you maybe think he's like tapping into the problems that we've always had and then offering like a false hope for it? Or how do you like deal with those ideas?
Well, I think personally, I'm on the side, and I'm not going to explain my full reasoning why, but I think what he says is true. Story checks out in my mind, and I think that it's a combination of material science, because you have like graphene, right? We've always had the idea to make graphene, but graphene is still incredibly hard to make. And if we could manufacture graphene on a mass scale, that would be the next wonder material. And we're kind of limited right now by the production capabilities of it so we're limited by the material science, and there'll always be the cutting edge, and we're kind of limited there. I don't know if the aliens will go and give us, they'll say, hey, you guys leveled up, here's your next loot drop, then we get new abilities, new processes and stuff like that. I mean, that would be awesome, right? That'd be
Yeah, that'd
fucking
be pretty
beautiful.
sick. Do you know the Chinese government is like really open about their aliens? You probably know that, right?
No, I don't follow too much what the Chinese government talk about the aliens.
Oh, right.
There's no way.
I've definitely heard about this stuff before, but I had a guy that I worked with when I was younger, and his dad was like pretty high up in the Chinese government, but they'd moved to New Zealand, and he was just like, yeah, my dad's like met them and like tells me about it and all that kind of stuff. And so like they tell out to their people. Obviously, it's a communist government, and the people are like actually like pretty skeptical of the government, but also really unhinged people.
Unhinged, but
there's no way with the aliens. There's no way.
Yeah, there is no way. Like, you look at the way things are, it's obviously like a propaganda tool to be like, the Americans think they've got it, but like the aliens gave us a special device and it's going to unlock soon. And that's just what they keep saying to their population. Like, it's going to unlock soon.
When I first come onto Balthazar, initially I thought into it a little bit more, and then as time's gone on and I've like thought about it more in myself and processed it a little bit more, I think what's probably happening, similar to what's happening in China, is Balthazar maybe has been brought on to work on some kind of slightly secretive program, and he's been fed this information. This is all from aliens because, I don't know, like almost like as a way to keep it secret. And stop it spreading out to the general public, and if other governments hear about it, like almost like a bit of a psyop type thing. And I think it's probably the same thing as what the Chinese government are doing with their workers that are working on these type of projects. And it's literally just like a bit of a psyop type thing to keep things more secret. That's my opinion.
I would agree. And how would I phrase this? I've heard stories, right, from very reputable people in my life. And incredible stories, and I'm not too fucking well connected, but I know people who were in places, not Area 51 type shit, but I've heard stories from people who have no reason to say anything else, and it kind of, and I'm also a generalist, right? I follow a lot of stuff. I follow, I think a lot of us here are generalists. We follow, politics. We follow, self-discipline, all this other stuff.
Wonder of
cutting edge science.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. We're Renaissance men over here, right?
Yeah, and, exactly. We're all Renaissance men. This is sick. I need to go brew some beer and learn some martial arts. Straight up. You could, it's all disparate information. And for me, I was lucky that I had people, that I trust who are close to me, who I'm able to go and internalize that also, where I can say, okay, that's not a story that I've heard on a Joe Rogan podcast. It's reputable people in my life, where I already had the framework where I was like, this kind of makes sense. You pay attention to what Bob Lazar says, but then you also pay attention to what the U.S. government released 4 years ago now about the the UAPs and stuff like that, the Tic Tac and all these stories about contact from craft and stuff like that. That breaks our laws of physics, or at least our commonly understood and applied laws of physics. And if you look at them as individual stories and allegories, and you look at that and you say, these are just crazy things. But when you start to go and take all of it in,
you know, and I also have this one thing that I take in that is internal to myself. And you go and you start amalgamating all of it, and you start putting together. You say, well, it's crazy for one person to say this one thing, but it's also crazy for the U.S. government to start having testimonies from people who work in these programs, because it's not just Bob Lazar anymore. There was a man who specialized in in this phenomena and stuff like that, who testified to Congress under oath.
Right.
And when you start to look at stuff and you say, okay, maybe it is just one giant psyop, but
wasn't that guy known to have produced fakes before though? Is that the one that I'm thinking of, the guy that showed the alien body or some shit like that?
No, that was Mexico. No, that was Mexico. They're not America. They're not. They're like, hey, we have an alien thing too. No, the guy who testified, I forget. He was an intelligence officer. Or was he intelligence officer?
Canadian. Was it the Canadian guy?
No, he was an American. He was ex-American military, and then he ended up working for. I'm definitely butchering this right now, but I'm somewhere along the road. He then worked for a consulting agency that dealt with this for the U.S. government, and basically the U.S. government has access to all of these encounters. There's the famous Tic Tac. There's a few other things. Commander Frazier, the U.S. Navy pilot, right, who was there, who tracked the Tic Tac and stuff like that. Which there's footage of the Tic Tac, and you have all these, stories that come together, and you say, well, maybe they're faking it all. Maybe they have these guys who are ex-fighter pilots who are then coming on, and they're in the pocket and the payroll too, and it's all one just giant psyop. But what is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of it? To go and lie at the highest levels of government for a few people who probably won't even be paying attention otherwise. Society didn't blink. When that happened, it was like, oh, the U.S. government's coming out about UAPs. And then my answer
to that would be, I don't think it has to be like one big giant psyop, but I think if the military was testing something and some pilots happen to see it, then a cover story could be, we don't know what this is, we don't know what country this is from, it could be alien, it's not ours. I mean,
100%, yeah.
That seems like something I could expect them to say, do you know what I mean?
Oh, no, 100%. With, they go and release and say, hey, we don't know what this thing is, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, but, we saw this, and, it does everything that your fighter jets can't do, China. And, we don't know what this is, and then you have Bob Lazar saying, yeah, we've been studying this for fucking decades. And then, you have all the people who are working in Chinese military intelligence who go and put this together, and then, if they're half as smart as I am, and I'm not even that smart, and they're able to put this together, they'd say, hey, I think the Americans are fucking doing some weird shit. Maybe we should be skeptical of, of what we're doing. I mean, think about it. We've went and, the amount of money we spent to develop nukes, right, and push the field of physics, right, in the 40s during a war, right? The American government didn't really back off our military spending. A little bit we did in the 50s, but then we kind of just doubled down after Vietnam, and a bunch of it goes missing all the time into projects that we don't know where. There's no accountability. And you go and you look at how the military and a lot of these organizations are operated, right? They're all silo-based, where they don't go, they keep people in, they do incredible background checks, and they do their best not to leak the real shit. And then they also have these other things that come out, because it's not just there's the Tic Tac and there's other things, but there's also claims of of aircraft carrier commanders who have had they've been swarmed. There's been military bases swarmed by these things. And it, sure, maybe it is, all us and we're just leaking it, or, maybe there is actual, things that are outside our understanding. And like I said, there's also other, it depends. That's the interesting part about it. And, it's like controlled disinformation, right? Some of it's going to be real, some of it's going to be fake. And, in order, when they put all of it out, some of it real, some of it fake, it creates an incredible workload for anybody who's trying to figure this out. First of all, if they're trying to figure out what our capabilities actually are, which Sun Tzu, right? Don't let, appear weak when you are strong, all that stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So it makes sense to me, at least. And when you pull all the pieces together and you say, yeah, it kind of seems like with the evidence that's out there, and the testimony, and for me the other thing, it kind of I cannot believe that we are alone. And the craziest theory is that the aliens and stuff like that aren't aliens at all, but they're humans from the future, super evolved humans that not just travel beyond our like physical capacity, but also have some level of like trans-temporal ability.
Yeah, that does seem to deal with a lot of the problems, right? Because space is just so non-inhabitable.
I mean, I don't know. Are we alone? I mean, it's a big universe, and we are at the start of it. Relatively speaking, in the habitable
the problem is
timeline.
The universe might be infinitely big, but it might be more infinitely hard to create life. So you don't want to get those two things mixed up.
Because you don't just need the Goldilocks zone, you also need like the destabilization that's caused by things like the moon, the Trojans. Because if everything's too perfect, it stagnates and life kills itself basically. But you need that. It's probably so rare to get like it's not just a matter of being in the Goldilocks zone. It's the matter of having every single condition to match up. And I don't know how common that would actually be.
Yeah.
Well, and then
you need a seed as well, which is like mushrooms for Earth.
Well, yeah, you need seeds, panspermia, but the question is, where does that come from? I've talked to, I ran into an interesting fellow in a bar one time, and he did consulting, he ran supercomputers, and he did consulting for drug companies, where they would model the interactions between drugs and our genes, our DNA, and all that stuff like that. Basically, all the big drug companies outshop his company, and not just big companies, but research firms, colleges, and stuff like that, and have access to his software and his computer programs. And this was 2019, I think it was. And we got to talking a little bit, and he said something interesting, where it's like a lot of the theory is now that life emitted from prions. So prions, which are just these random forms of chemical compounds, and they're not life at all, but they're just DNA sequences, protein sequences, and eventually those coalesced into a virus, and then viruses seeded life. But the problem with that is it's a chicken or the egg thing. Viruses can't reproduce themselves, right? Viruses need a host.
Yeah, they're not necessarily alive.
So, but that was, I wish I had his contact information still. But that was his theory was, and the theory, and it wasn't just him. He talked to a lot of people who were big in research of the biomedical field, and that prions created the conditions for DNA and proteins and stuff like that. And that then organized into something a little more complex, and then that organized into cellular life. Is what a lot of them, was the going. Now this could have changed. This is 2019, and to me, that was my question for him. Hey, viruses need a host. So how could viruses then beget life? Because viruses, by definition, they need life to exist, which is the chicken or the egg. But the alternative is where do mushrooms come from? Where are all these? Because mushroom is cellular life, DNA, and all that stuff like that. Yeah. So where does the organization out of the primordial soup come from? And who fucking knows? Yeah. But I'll tell you what, it's a great time to be alive. We got this Chat GPT going. You could do whatever you want. You could exchange this information back and forth. And the question is, what is the end game? For us, right? Because we could probably, if we wanted to, in the next 100 years, start seeding the stars if we want. Go out and start setting spores and everything like that. Little creation kits to habitable Goldilocks zones, right? And try to go and create things. Alternatively, in a perfect world that I dream of, in the next fucking 1,000 years, we could fucking terraform Mars. So, I mean, that would be cool.
I think it's something we've definitely got to extremely consider as a species, because one planet, it's
Not enough.
only a matter of time before, you know, humanity comes to an end if you've only got one planet.
Yep, you need a backup. I totally agree with Elon Musk on this. You'd like to have, you know, and I think, you know, pie in the sky, my perfect vision for the future is we go and we start, you know, everybody, there's all these fucking skeptics, and I hate skeptics. I mean, they have their purpose, but I hate skeptics. They're like, oh, well, there's no point living on the moon because, you know, it's going to be useless. You know, you wouldn't be able to live full time, and you create diseases because when you're in low gravity, calcium leaches out of your bones and all that. It's unhealthy. But the big but here is if we can go and, you know, hypothetically go and set up some, factories on Mars, I mean, on the moon, in the low gravity of the moon, to create larger spaceships and space constructions. You know, set up a steel mill on the moon, right? Set up whatever you need on the moon. Go create, you know, a constellation of, of space stations and stuff like that. And then if I think the way to go forward, you know, and quote me, I don't know if I've never read this. I came up with this, and maybe, you know, I'm dealing with somebody else that I've heard before. But, you know, I'd like to, you know, start coalescing a moon-sized asteroid somewhere out in the asteroid belt, and then run that fucker into Mars to restart, you know, to add some mass. You could add, you know, the atmosphere with that, water and all that jazz. But the biggest problem with Mars is it's dormant plate tectonically. So if you go and you run a large enough body into Mars, you know, in a couple thousand, maybe 10,000 years, you know, we could hypothetically have a second habitable planet with a magnetosphere and an atmosphere and all that stuff like that. You know, long-term planning and all that. But, you know, humans necessarily haven't been that great at long-term planning. But, you know, we're here now. So what else are we gonna do? We're gonna just keep making fun of your TikToks? Is that the end game?
Yeah, probably not so much.
God, I hope not. If this is fucking peak humanity, man, I really hope that. I mean, good time to be then, but I really hope that, you know, the thing that I said happens. I hope somebody's paying attention, or somebody else is, you know, thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, as much as that is awesome to like terraform another planet, it seems less likely than having something like WALL-E or Battlestar Galactica, where we have like a fleet of ships that just like coast through space, right?
Well, we're gonna need both, right? I mean, because because you can go and we could set up like little outposts, right? We could set up little outposts on Mars and have little bubbles with atmosphere and stuff like that, you know, to shield us from solar radiation. But I mean, it's gonna, and we could set that up until we're ready to go and crash the new moon into Mars. But I mean, if we, you know, and in the meantime, we're not just gonna sit here and twiddle our thumbs. So yeah, we go and create space travel, and, you know, do the best of the rest to go and, you know, get, you know, rare minerals and stuff like that. And for all the projects that we need, you know, have a fleet of ships. But also in the meantime, have that long-term plan to go. And I don't see it, like everybody talks about, you know, nuking the ice caps on Mars to go and, you know, reflood but the problem is no magnetosphere. And the only way you're going to start a magnetosphere is getting that core hot enough and restarting plate tectonics. And if you run a big enough, you know, if the timeline is, you know, 400 or 500 years for us to even assemble that, right? We could run a lot of programming, right, to figure out exactly what we need, what the composition is going to be for that. You know, we're going to need that fleet of ships to wrangle the asteroids into, you know, and then put it on orbit to go and hit Mars.
True.
And then we're going to need a constellation of satellites around Mars to check the ejecta, right? And make sure that we wrangle those and don't, in the process of trying to terraform Mars in 100,000 years or 10,000 years, whatever the timeline would be, you know, run the killer asteroid right into Manhattan. You know, that would be bad. So we're gonna need, you know, a lot of planning and a lot of foresight and a lot of, you know, cooperation.
I think Elon Musk was saying at one point, I think he was memeing obviously, but he was talking about nuking Mars or something.
Yeah. And everybody thinks that because it's like, oh, we need an atmosphere as humans. But the bigger thing is what does the atmosphere need? The atmosphere needs the magnetosphere. Otherwise, the solar wind blows the atmosphere away.
Yeah.
You know. So
how do you get the magnetosphere? Sorry, was that through the plate tectonics? You get the magnetosphere?
Well, Yeah, if you know, my theory is if you run a big enough, what happened with Earth is, right, we had a near Earth-sized body hit us, right, and then that split the Earth off into Earth and the Moon, and part of the Moon, I think, was part of Earth, and some of the moon, now the Moon is on Earth, and that the force of that collision, created enough pressure and heat at the core to get and the core has to be right on Mars, right? It needs that iron core that Earth has, but it probably would, I would think. I'm not an expert in every single in the deep core of Mars, but I would assume that every Earth-sized body is probably going to be iron rich in the core. And if it's not, you got to figure out run a big enough body into it with enough of the materials it needs. It'll shear off, a little bit of Mars. It'll add a lot to Mars, and that the heat from that will then go and create plate. It'll create a hot active core with plate tectonics, and that because you need that hot active core. You need the molten iron in the middle that's spinning to create that magnetic field. And that magnetic field, then the surface will cool and coalesce eventually, and then bing bang boom, Bob's your uncle, and then we got a magnetosphere, and hopefully we crash enough water and helium and hydrogen and nitrogen and everything else in there too, because take care of it once. And maybe they'll probably need a little bit of like fixer asteroids, right, to crash into it in the meantime to go and dial in the perfect atmosphere. But I mean, that's my theory about would probably be the best thing to do. Yeah, anybody else got a better theory?
No, that seems to have the idea down with the core and all that.
That's it.
Let me just Google if Mars has an iron core.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
An iron core. Mars, like Earth, is believed to have a core composed primarily of iron and nickel. Yeah.
Smaller than Earth, proportionally smaller, solidity of the core.
Yeah, it's solid, so that's the weird part, right?
Well, it's because it cooled off. Because
Yeah.
Mars used to have plate tectonics, and eventually it because it's a smaller body, and also it's farther out from the sun. So the sun exerts, like the earthquakes that we got the other day. The sun and the moon exert forces on the planet, squeezing forces that keep that core hot. So the bigger the planet, the more ability for it to retain heat. And also our moon helps a lot because our moon puts a lot of stress on, the outer mantle.
Yeah, I don't know enough. I don't know enough about science really to be able to answer this. But is it possible to restart a planet's core like by an impact? Is that possible? I don't know.
That would be the idea. Like the sheer amount of heat from crashing a moon-sized thing into Mars would do a lot of work.
The question is how big, right? That question is how big, and what the correct. I mean, if there isn't, then there probably is no other way.
Yeah.
But
probably of like equal size, right? Just like one other Mars.
Yeah, something about the same size of Mars. Maybe a little smaller. Because I mean, what was the asteroid that hit? Process of the moon being created. Is that
the? I know it's a theory, but is that the prevalent theory at the moment that the moon was once part of Earth? I know I've heard that before.
Yeah.
But is that actually the mainstream theory?
Yeah. I think it has reasons to do with like why the moon is so round and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's because it's like a clump of like smaller things that eventually squish back in.
Right.
So Earth would have been covered in like a thick dust after the initial giant impact, before the one that killed the dinosaurs, obviously.
Yeah.
So and I mean, depending on the time scale, we could bombard it with asteroids in the meantime. Add as much mass as we need, because the problem is Mars is what's roughly 3/4 the size of Earth, and so if we if it's going to be a time scale of 10,000 years, give us 500, 600, 700 years to go and coalesce the moon-sized body and put it on an orbit to go and hit Mars, and then in the meantime add thicken that thing up. We all like them thick, thicken Mars up a bit, and and then run it. That's the best option.
Right. So yeah, it would take 10,000 years, maybe more, maybe less, for like the for all the dust to like reform into like clumps around the planet and stuff, and because it'd be a huge.
All we got is time.
Yeah. That's the most interesting part about the aliens in that, is the control of time to control the ships. Blah blah blah. Should we watch 5 minutes of Bob Lazar?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm probably gonna have to head out soon, but I'm not gonna sleep today now anyway. I'm probably just gonna. Well, I'll sleep after I've done my work.
All right.
Have you been watching that, Chris?
The Joe Rogan one with the girl?
No, what just flashed up the
this?
John Baveke. Have you started watching that yet?
I haven't started yet. I read a little bit about him and got this channel ready.
It's really good.
And
it's really good.
I really like the intro. It's got that nice, like Jordan Peterson.
We're in the midst of a mental health crisis. There are increases in anxiety disorders, depression, despair. Suicide rates are going up in North America.
See, I hear that, and I just want to hear more.
Yeah, it's really good. I definitely advise that to everybody.
So here we got Bob Lazar. I linked a thing from Kiwara in chat, which laid out like some of the things that you said about Lazar and some of the things other people said. And then this could be heresy, but like a guy speaking out against him, like saying he doesn't even have high school level knowledge of chemistry. But then that sort of directly goes against here, where this guy is saying that Bob Lazar knew all about Chemical 115 15 years before it was apparently created on Earth.
Yeah, because that's the element that he says it was propelling it, wasn't it? They found a stable version of that one. What is it? 115? Is it element 115?
Yeah. And I'm just seeing if I can find, you know how like terrorist organizations like claim to be responsible for things when they happen. I just want to see if I can find him doing something like that.
First synthesized in 2003 by a joint team of Russian American scientists.
Yeah.
In Dubna, Russia.
Right. What year was that?
2003.
2003. Okay. But yeah, there are things that like go in his favor, like his very detailed recounting of a story that hasn't changed for 30 years. He's like very stable on his story, at least. But then people undermine the ground.
I think even if his story isn't 100% true, I think that it probably is what he believes is true, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Definitely the idea that like they wanted him to keep things secret, so maybe they gaslit him into thinking like he was dealing with aliens. Or
yeah, that's the kind of route that I tend to go, I think.
Yeah, or even like they were like trying to bolster him to be like, I guess that's the same thing, just by being like, oh, the aliens are real, the Chinese have them, and we got to work against them. So he like works even harder, because it's just like I'm not going to deny that like they will have done hundreds and hundreds of different tests, including like MK Ultra and stuff like that. And they'll be trying to hide a lot of those things, like maybe the Tic Tac is one of their, or probably not the Tic Tac, because it's a little bit too far out for them to like even pull off.
Manipulate.
Yeah. But yeah, other ones which they would like try to hide and be like, oh, we don't know what it is, maybe it is a UFO. There must be heaps of like government tests like that they just blame on being a UFO, just to like, and then they can just like fight against the conspiracy theorists instead of fighting against people actually leaking to other governments that they're got some sort of advanced technology.
I mean, look, in the same way, I mean, I follow the news, and in the same way that, you know, people get popped for going and saying bad things about the president, you know, before they even do anything, you know, and that's the large dragnet. They must have an incredibly tight noose, you know, the Dr. Seuss, the bee watching watcher, you know, on all the people. Well, you know, the Dr. Seuss, there's a Dr. Seuss story, and it's about how there's a town who had a bee, and the bee was incredibly important to the town, and there was a guy whose job it was to watch the bee.
Right.
But then, you know, to make sure the bee was okay, what was going on with them and stuff. And then, you know, there ended up being a bee watching watcher to watch the bee watcher, to make sure the bee watcher is doing his job. And then there was a bee watching watcher to watch the guy who's watching the guy who's watching the bees. And then they ended up having, the story is hundreds of guys watching each other, all making sure that they're all following protocol to watch the bee. And, you know, that's it. If I was a top secret, agent somewhere in a silo trying to deal with stuff that we definitely don't want other states or anybody else to know, I probably wouldn't just let those people go free roam, I would make sure I'd make sure that those people with security clearances, because like there's people who go and are transient and stuff like that who don't really know much. It's like, okay, whatever, who cares? But I know some people who have security clearances, not super high level security clearances, but they have to go through a process, vetting and all that stuff like that, and that's just minor low level fucking government jobs. But when you have if you're dealing with top state secrets and you have the ability to do all this, I'm sure those people are under the tightest lock and key.
What do you think of the possibility that some of your friends who have like low level security clearance get told that there's aliens just to see if they'll lie and leak it as like a test? Because
maybe
that's what people
test.
say. Yeah, like the first test is to see if you'll like leak outrageous info that's obviously fake.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work if you tell everyone the same test, but it does work if you are like Bob Lazar, who's real loud about it.
Tell little details that are all individually, what is there? There was, for people to stop from like copying and stuff like that. People would leave like watermarks and stuff. So if somebody copied, or like with programs and stuff, if when people would make programs, they'd put little text that is not functional to the program. So if somebody copied and pasted the program, you'd know, hey, this is actually my program that I did.
Right.
So you would do that on each individual person, and see what got leaked out. But yeah. Nobody I know who has security clearances has ever told me shit. So I don't even know what they do.
Okay. Well,
no, the people who told me shit have been long since retired.
Oh, so they had security clearance and then retired. So then they.
No, not
how they
not
relevant?
I
gotta make sure you're not schizoing.
How would I?
How
would I put this?
Yeah.
I had a family member who was a security guard on a naval base. And that family member, long story short, that family member had something to do with another person, and they got to know about it. The family member who was on the base never told me shit.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Gotcha. But they would maybe get drunk and... I had a friend whose dad was like a secret agent. His uncle was a secret agent, and when he got drunk, he would talk about killing people and shit.
No, never told me shit. Never told me shit.
But,
and actually, that person was my grandfather.
Right.
But the person who knew this other thing that they got let in by my grandfather, told me this. When I was a little older, and I was like, "What? That's crazy." So then I ran it by my grandfather, and he didn't say a word, but the look he gave me was not a look of yes, no, but a look of, my grandpa, I know him all my life, and was very close to them, was a look of, what the fuck, what are you, not what are you talking about, but like, why do you know that type of shit?
Right.
So that was my little check, and it could just be when you have an idea and you get positive reinforcement that you're looking for, and you just go with it. Confirmation bias.
Right.
But
get caught up in the moment. I believe
I have no.
Sounds feasible.
I have no. It makes sense in the context of everything. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's not anything, earth shattering.
Yeah. Do you know about ball lightning? You ever thought about ball lightning very hard?
Ball lightning, what is that?
It's
I remember that video that was going around for a while.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's the
it's funny you say ball lightning though.
There's this one. This is a fake video which isn't like ball lightning that I have seen.
I think it's the one I've seen about.
The science on it is
people have reported seeing
the science on it's like more difficult because you can't really replicate it to like figure out what it is. and this is like a fantasy thing because there's not actually lightning bolts that come out. It's not like attracted to metal or steel. Like it can float around past your computer and stuff and not fuck with it because it's not actually energy and lightning. And the best idea for it is that it's like it's a bubble of. This is fake, by the way, what we're watching, but that is kind of what it looks like. And my brother saw one that came through the side of the wall of his house, and apparently a lot of other people seen one. There's another video of one on an aeroplane floating down the center of the aisle. And the one I saw sunk into the roof of a house, or it went behind the house. I was kind of shocked when I saw it.
Oh, so you've seen it? So you've seen it with your own eyes? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen this with my own eyes.
What color was it?
Blue, just like like this kind of blue.
Oh.
And it would potentially be like a ball, like a bubble, which is like reflecting light back in on itself, would be the best way to describe it. Because it did have like fairly clear edges, the low definition and like the big radiance that this is showing. It wasn't like super bright. And yeah, I guess technically all the light bubbles are like bouncing around inside itself, and it's dead quiet as well. You can't hear anything.
So kind of like kind of like a laser, almost like a self-contained laser.
Yeah.
This is kind of different, but kind of related. Do you ever remember? It was about 2 years ago. Those videos going around, and there was one that was in Jamaica, and I know it was Jamaica because somebody I knew the guy that filmed one of them. But there was happening in different regions in the world as well. It wasn't just Jamaica, and it was like this really small storm with like shitloads of lightning going off. But like outside of this like small area of cloud, it was like perfectly clear skies. It was so strange.
That is weird. There's also wasn't in San Francisco or something?
Area in the sky.
Like 50.
There might have been one there as well.
Maybe like a couple of hundred UFOs like appeared, and like hundreds of thousands of people all saw it at the same time in America. Do you guys remember that one?
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. There was loads of emergency calls like from all over the region, wasn't there?
Yeah. So everyone saw that, and that was within our lifetime
very
as
interesting.
well.
That ball, I've never heard of ball lightning before, and I never heard an explanation of it. That's very interesting.
Yeah. I was fucking around with like a lot of meditation, like transcendental stuff at the time, so it was like super amazing to see it right when I was in the middle of like exploring the depths of my own subconscious. And I don't know, I guess, I don't know, just a weird thing to like note on it was that like for the next coming weeks, the exhilaration I felt from seeing it didn't really like wear off, and I would always feel like that blue color of it was like out the peripheral of my vision, and I would be kind of looking around to like see if it was there or something, but I kind of think it was just my deep thoughts, giving myself hallucinations.
I don't know, it's very interesting because that peripherally kind of ties in with my thing. I'm not gonna say my thing specifically, but do you think it has anything to do with manifestation isn't the word, but like conscious energy?
Yeah, like it could definitely be like something. Obviously, people who are like regular people, like normies, who are just totally absorbed in their own lives, see it. But then also like seeing it like by myself makes me wonder, like maybe it just decided. Like,
I don't mean conscious energy that like a hallucination. I don't mean conscious energy like hallucination. I just mean more of like that is.
No, that's what I mean. It's like it would show itself to you, knowing that like it was doing something fine, or like just to let it know it was like watching over you, and then sometimes it shows itself to groups of people to let everyone know that it's watching over them.
And the fact that it's collecting and then internally reflecting and then showing itself. Itself is that it itself almost has a conscious energy.
Yeah, none of these do it justice. Maybe it would look like this if it wasn't like kind of blowing out my vision because it was in the dark, but it was about the size of a basketball or even bigger, and it was only like 30 feet away from me, and it was about 2 stories up, like floating above like a 1-story house, and then it slowly went down, just like into the ground, which was kind of weird.
Yeah, I've heard stories of golf balls. That's as much as I'll say.
True. I'm trying to remember if I've heard any of the Gulf War ones.
I've tried to look. I heard it. I tried to look. I've never found anything.
Yeah, it is funny thinking that people could like hide things off the internet, but there were definitely things like that I used to look at on the internet, which I can never find ever again.
If the story is right, not many people know about it.
Right.
It's not a passing phenomena. It was a controlled type of thing.
Oh, this is kind of more what it would look like. Do you want to divulge any more on that?
Are we actually live right now?
Yeah.
The most I'll say is in parallels with Lazar. The object, like I said, the best way to describe it is golf ball, and the reason that I even decided to divulge that is because the way that and why I was getting into like consciousness and stuff like that, interesting properties that had to do with the amplification of it.
Like the visibility of it, or because mainly when I think of those things, I think of
no. It was a solid object, like a physical solid object.
Right. Oh, and you mean like they tried, like people managed to like try to do a test on it, but they couldn't make anything work? Is that the sort of shit that happened?
Nope. Yeah. Similar, but the opposite.
Oh, what? Like it just absorbed everything? Interesting.
It did. Yeah. Similar to that. I'll go with that. That's the best way. I try to be vague because if it is true, I don't want to say too much about it.
Yeah. Get waterboarded and put on fucking LSD for the rest of your life and locked in a cupboard.
No, not even that.
It's not the way of it.
Not even that. I mean, if it's true, then it's probably controlled in such a way. But I'm not Bob Lazar. I'm not gonna go around and preach the church of what the U.S. government is up to.
Yeah. On some level, he has to be crazy just to fuck his whole life over like that, and like have people didn't do it. I was just reading a thing about like his wife dying and him running away with another woman and shit. Even if I am a fucking killer, I don't want people to know that shit.
Yeah.
Or like start the rumors. Like obviously, as someone like because
think
I've streamed so
everybody-
much, I realize how unhinged people can be. Like people fucking try to dox me and shit sometimes.
I think everybody in their life, even the most ardent skeptic, has had some kind of unexplainable situation that they've witnessed. And even if they've decided that they don't believe it, I think everybody has still had something happen that they can't explain.
Yep, I've been there.
Yeah.
Because I've had so many, there's no way that everybody doesn't have at least one. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
The weird thing about that is I've had a few unexplainable things in my life happen, and I just tracked it up to higher level consciousnesses, and that our framework of the human self running on a script on your biological computer is lacking. But when I was explained this other thing to me, and the relation to it, it puzzle pieces. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, like aside from aliens and stuff, the stuff that really like I wonder about is like the underlying nature of reality that our senses allow us to like perceive as like a physical thing that we exist in. But then like
we're limited.
When I know that like I'm
dimension.
mostly made of empty space, it's very strange to think
true.
about like where does the empty space of my body or what I consider me like dissolve into the rest of the world, and then just like size and time even really exist. Time seems to be something like consciousness seems to exist, but then time also seems to exist because there's like a change in my consciousness throughout moment to moment, right? So I think therefore I am, and I change, therefore time is real.
I look
And
at
even
it
like your
as
perception and your reality, it's like so subjective.
Yeah.
Like it's wild. Like things like even color. Like color doesn't really exist. It's just the way we perceive
The way
it.
you see it, yeah. And why can I meditate so hard
Yeah.
that my brain eventually starts like teleporting me to different locations? You know,
you get to drift. Yeah.
like why is that so weird? But then it also adds like a spiritual element to like the existence of the world that we all seem to share and experience, and we seem to all be tied here like very directly as well. So as much as I can like meditate and go to like, other places, or like take drugs and go to other places, most people end up like being here. Even the crazy ones end up sort of like being you can still interact with them. They don't just like puff away in like a vanish of smoke.
Well,
so there's more than just like their consciousness holding them here, which is kind of weird.
My biggest thing is the interconnection of it all. You know.
Yeah.
You know, where does it come from? What is the source material, right? And I've had thoughts before on, you know, what is the relationship to other people, right? Like, are you actually any different? You know, I mean, of course, you know, in this lifetime you're experiencing, you know, your subject matter. But, you know, the seed of consciousness, right? Where does that come from, and at what level do we tie into things, right?
I think I go back to Plato on that. I think I go back to Plato and the perfect world of forms and
perfect world of form. Yeah.
And I'd go to Confucius and like some of the Indian religions as well on like the recognition of ego, because like you can sort of, some people can like differentiate themselves from others, and it seems to make a pretty sizable difference in the way they are able to operate.
Well, I think you're here for a purpose, not like you have to. It's you know, with all those Eastern religions, it's about a balance, right? It's about, you know, recognizing the forces out of your control, and also being able to, you know, walk the Tao, you know.
Yeah. Like once you've satisfied all your like instinctual instincts, like your primal instincts, there still seems to be something else, which is like, oh, this isn't like the same as like being hungry. And it is like a purpose. Yeah. So like that is seemingly pretty profound and like inherent to like my existence.
Yeah.
So
more than meets the eye, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely more than meets the eye.
Holy. Alright. Let's dive into this Bob Lazar thing.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, God, you went like, huh?
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4, okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But,
you worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound. You can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working...
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos
right.
National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I had put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, you know, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, you know, built this 200-mile-an-hour, you know, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you know, you could hear it from, you know, a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so they
just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. That whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to... God, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
Fuck. What a way to end it.
Oh,
I know, yeah.
I think that's definitely the paperwork, mountain of paperwork, definitely seems like you work for the U.S. government.
Yeah. A lot of his story's super consistent, right? So that's the main thing he seems to have going for him.
Super consistent, was out on the Element 115. I mean, that's, you could say, hey, we have Element 114, we're going to have Element 115, but it seems super consistent over time, and it beyond plausible, in my understanding of these things. I mean, unless the U.S. government is just pissing away money doing nothing and spending it on, lavish pools and luxury jets that we can't keep the accountability of, it would make sense that a lot of that stuff goes to these black book projects.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I stand with it, to be fair. Sometimes, the element 115 and stuff like that. I don't know.
I mean that's part of it. Is you never really know, right? And that's what's so interesting that I think about, like the times wherein like there's information out there and there's disinformation out there, and I think that part of it could be maybe it primes people to get people on the right path. Say some kid watches this and says, hey, I want to go and work with that, and then goes and applies himself to theoretical physics, right, at any top school, and graduates, and then goes
And then inspiration type. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you want the best minds, right? And you want inquisitive, curious minds, and you need to seed that. So it has its pluses and minuses, right? And there's all these. I look at it that we're in a maze right now with the information out there, and there's dead ends, and there's there's parts that are wrong, and but also like half truths out there, right? Like I always look at the flat Earth people, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you're in a dead end, dude. I mean, you might be. Like, yeah, hypothetically, right? Like, you want to talk about, like, plane of existence. Yeah, we're on a plane of existence, all that stuff like that. But, like, they never talk about things, like, in the hypothetical. They're always, like, literal flat earthers.
Yeah, that is the full dead end. It's like a...
Yeah.
What were you saying before? Alias, I think you mentioned, like, the rebellion disorder or whatever that people have. When we were talking about like kids learning like martial arts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I wonder how much they can like develop later on in life, as opposed to being born with it, right? Do you know about that? Like some people are obviously born with it, but.
Well, but also, I mean, some people are gonna be.
Actually, this brought me just to another point, like about Bob Lazar. And a lot of your like point of view is like, why would they keep speaking out about it? And I think a lot of people are just like super desperate to like be someone special. So like I just discount a lot of people's attitudes and like the way they approach the world, just based off that, which technically makes me like a skeptic in a lot of ways, but to like a acceptable level, I think.
But you have to be, I don't think it makes you a skeptic. A skeptic is, to me, somebody who's always trying, like, if you tell them, hey, water is wet, they go, well, not really, because, due to the particle bond, and they try to explain away everything. There's a difference between being discerning in the information that you consume, and,
and the aqua.
Yeah, exactly like that. And I think I tend towards, with Bob Lazar, because like you said before, like his story's so consistent, like I believe that even if he's not telling the truth, like even if he's not, what's the word I'm looking for, even if he's not correct in what he's saying, I believe he's been fed that information and he kind of believes what he's saying is true. So like even if there was no element 115, just as an example, I think he believes there was on some level somehow, but I think with some people they definitely are just like attention. They give me like more of the attention-seeking vibe. Like they've probably done all of their life in a career.
Yeah, people hunting Bigfoot are always middle-aged white men, and they just find a group of people who like themselves, and then they all go hunt Bigfoot together.
And then they find it.
Yeah. With the element 115 thing, from what I was reading from just like Cure, like people's points of view, is that it's like pretty basic level chemistry that he had to know. Like, obviously he has an interest in it, but really he was like just describing the principles of the chemical that people would like to see, and then 15 years later someone finally managed to pull it off. So it seems like he knows about it, but really everyone sort of knew about it.
Yeah, I guess like if you knew a lot about that topic, it wouldn't be hard to predict. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah, just like a more It's like sometimes like when I watch UFC, like I actually know who's gonna win right before I watch it, and I can like straight up call it and be like, I fucking knew it. Like my intuition is.
Yeah.
Like when Elon Musk was on Rick and Morty, a friend of mine came up to me and was like, "You'll never guess who was on Rick and Morty." And I sat there and I thought about it, and I was like, "Man, who's like the latest dude who's been like up and coming in culture and like blah blah blah?" And I just got it like right in one. I was like, "It's Elon Musk," and he like looked at me like, "How do you know that?" And I managed to like pull this trick on this guy like quite a few times.
Yeah.
I
get what you're saying. I'm like that with some movies. Like I'll be watching a movie and there'll be some crazy twist, and I'll say to like whoever I'm watching it with, "Oh, this is going to happen," and it's something. Usually, it's something really bizarre, and it will happen. And like people are like, "How the fucking hell did you know that?"
Yeah,
I don't know, just
Dolphin gets so angry at me with that. She's like, "You've seen this," or like, "You spoiled it," and I was just like, "Nah, man." Like,
if I was writing the script, this is what would come next, kind of thing, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Why else did I build my character this way? Like, gotcha.
yeah.
And sometimes that can be really counterintuitive. Like it can be a UFC fight where it's like 5-1 odds, and the person who I know is going to win, and they still win. Like I knew they would.
Yeah.
I wish I could like call it for like the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight or something.
Yeah.
Like,
Even that, get money off it while you're there.
Yeah, I think as I go older, I start to like have less. I don't know if I have like less like confidence in my intuition or something, but like, I think I think it's more that I see more, so like I'm like more like weighing it up the other way.
Yeah.
But
like just in case you're wrong, you're thinking of all the other things as well.
Yeah, and it's not unlikely that Bob Lazar did see like a whole bunch of connections that not anyone else, or maybe no one had bothered. People probably think unique thoughts like fairly often, and he just like managed to tap into that with the 115. Seems to be the vibe that I saw one guy saying anyway. Not that I know anything about 115, what the principles were of the chemical.
The only thing that I remember reading about it, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, go on.
I was going to say the only thing I remember reading about it is that the reason why he claims it works was that they found a stable version of 115, and apparently the 115 that we've found, we've never found a stable version of it. Or something like that.
Right. Is that the significance?
Being volatile to work with.
That's what I was almost gonna. When you just now were like, "Oh, sorry, go ahead," and I was like, "No, you go ahead." I was gonna say like, I was like, Brooke, what is the significance with the 115, or if you know, Alias? But yeah, you did seem to know.
I'm not sure what the actual significance is, but I can remember. I was reading something about it basically ages ago, so it's like all bits and pieces. But the 115 that we found now is always unstable, whereas the 115 he was working with was the stable isotope of 115.
Right. Okay. I wonder what. Do you know what other properties it has? Is it like super? I don't know, super like durable but lightweight, or does it? Yeah.
Maybe it's a superconductor, but that's just a complete guess.
Right. Superconductors are probably one of our things that we need to push forward on with technology, right?
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing my biggest takeaway from Bob Lazar is that they supposedly they have the ship, they have some ships there, and a few of them have power plants, which are not connected to the, like when we make power plants or anything in this world, right? Wires, feed lines and all that stuff like that, right? But all of this is completely wireless technology, completely, entangled, with whatever method that they, that it transmits data or energy and stuff like that. And I don't know where 115 comes in specifically on it, but that it has properties that are harnessed, and they use it to, and the big thing is that it's not reactionary. It bends, it's trans-temporal. It bends time and space around it, and that's how it's able to, these ships are able to go and do things that, are implausible within our framework,
like slowing down time
to
slowing down time to a point where you can move through it to seemingly go to Mark 2, or even like go Mark 2 and then do a 180 flip. But it doesn't matter if it's 180 flip if you have like unlimited amount of time to do it from your point of view, right? So
Well, I don't even know if it's that. I think it's more along the lines of that. The ship is completely stationary from its perspective. It's just moving the world around.
Yeah.
It's moving its location in the universe. It's moving the universe around it. So the ship feels no inertia, none of that. It's just bending and the way that you'd go and you move around Google Maps and stuff like that, but the center of your screen always stays in a certain spot. You're not moving the center of your screen, but the center of your screen is going over different parts of the world, right? And you could move it back and forth because you're moving the world and you're moving, in that analogy, the world, but in, the application, you're moving everything else around itself so that it doesn't experience anything other than, a perfectly balanced condition.
Is it like creating a bubble around the ship in space-time? Is it that type of theory? Like we see it in some sci-fi as well, don't we?
Well, I guess it's kind of like how mass bends space-time, right?
Yeah.
Like if mass bends space-time, so it goes and it puts it'll bend space-time to it and and move it around.
So the Hydra
or move itself.
Can help with that.
Let's I don't know Bob Lazar's claims on 115. He knows about it. What is he says it's used for propulsion. Let's see if I can find it. Could element 115, Physics Bob Lazar explains how element 115 is used as UFO fuel. Here's a Twitter link. Let's see where this goes. It's a video I can send to you. No, it's a reading. I can post this Reddit link in the side chat, and I'll see if there's anything interesting in it. According to Bob Lazar, 15 is a highly radioactive element that allows alien spacecraft to traverse the cosmos. Impervious to gravity's effects, Lazar has been claiming for years that he worked on the material Area 51. I think we used to power spacecraft. It's a super heavy element. It's a unique element when exposed to radiation. It produces its own gravitational field, its own anti-gravitational field, and what's used to lift and propel the craft. UFO fuel is stable and does not decay. According to Lazar, he said the fuel creates a gravity waves to propel the UFO. So kind of similar to what I was saying before about how it, bends space-time, around and bends gravity because isn't gravity connected to space-time? They're interlinked.
Mm-hmm.
So it, creates these gravitational wells, and then, if it not necessarily a well, I guess, but a well has walls, and in the same way. So if you create a wave on the back end, if you create a wave on the back end, it's just a well that's not a hole. It's just a one-sided slope, and then you can ride that like a wave, like a surf.
It's like surfing. If you fall into a black hole, you get torn apart and stretched into infinity. But if you're looking at that from far away, you just see the person freeze on the edge of the black hole, and they never fall in. It's like an
light never
interesting
escape.
Like that. And then if they could suddenly say you saw someone on the edge of a black hole, and then they suddenly popped back out like a second later, and then they're like, dude, I've been in there for a million years. It would be like that.
The post. This goes on further to say that Bob Lazar further explained in his interviews that bombarding element 115 with protons leads it to creating element 116, which immediately decays and produces antimatter. The antimatter collides with normal particles, creating massive energy bursts, which can be used for propulsion. It's quite likely element 115 could also be the famed exact matter that is needed to create traversable wormholes that physics such as Dr. Kip Thorne and Carl Sagan have speculated, and was subject to the recently leaked Defense Intelligence reference document titled Transversable Wormholes, Stargates, and Negative Energy. And I just pulled this up. Unclassified for official use only. Is this a real document? Prior to the series, fiscal year under Defense Intelligence Agency, Defense Warning Agency, Weapon System Acquisition Applications. Seems legit. I'll link this here in it too. So I guess he's saying that that this creates antimatter, and that the antimatter is what creates these gravitational waves. I'm not a physicist, so I can't speculate. All I can say is it seems plausible. But what doesn't seem plausible to me is if it's violating thermodynamics, right? If you're unless it does burn the fuel, when you bombard it and it creates element 116, you can't create something out of nothing, right? Unless there's a way for the element 115 to reabsorb that energy somehow. It's gonna burn up the fuel as well in the creation of element 116.
What kind of keyword should I search for in here?
I'm just scrolling through here. Traversable wormholes, time travel through wormhole tunnels or throats should be less than 1 year, less than or equal to 1 year, as seen by both travelers and outside static observers. Proper time as measured by travelers should not be dilated by relativistic effects. Gravitational forces. See if you, I guess, what keywords would you look for in this? Maybe like field creation or something, or fields. Let's see if I get anything.
A vacuum tube. Weird.
Here we go. Unclassified. Static, radial, electric, and magnetic fields. The extreme output beam fields and physical conditions that have been achieved by ultra high intensity tabletop lasers. It's beyond the scope of the study to include all technical configurations by which one can generate static, radially dependent electronic or magnetic fields. Suffice to say that ultra high intensity tabletop lasers have been used to generate extreme electric and magnetic field strengths in the lab. Ultra high intensity lasers use chirped pulse amplification technology to boost the total output beam power. All laser systems simply repackage energy as a coherent package of optical power. But CPA lasers, I hate reading fucking documents like this because it's like no duh, but that's proper fucking form.
It's good to lay it out. You gotta remember that half the audience that listens to this shit are like absolutely brain dead, so this is like the first time they hear it.
Yeah, I guess you're doing it for general consumption, or at least people who are not versed completely in the field.
Yeah, they just love to hear it, right?
Or I guess they're also versed in very specific fields, and a mile deep, but an inch wide. Some people,
Yeah, true.
CPA lasers repackage laser pulse itself during the application process. In typical high-powered short pulse laser systems, it's peak intensity, not the energy or fluence, which causes pulse distortion or laser damage. Laser dissects a laser pulse according to its frequency components and reorders it into a time-stretched, lower peak intensity pulse of the same energy. The benign pulse could then be amplified safely to high energy, and then only afterwards reconstituted as a very short pulse of enormous peak power, a pulse which could never have itself pass safely through laser systems. More traceable in this way, the pulse can be amplified to substantial energies without encountering intensity-related problems. So I guess what this is saying is they're pulling off a very specific frequency of light from this laser. If I read that correctly. Dissects the laser pulse according to its frequency and reorders it into a time-stretched lower peak intensity pulse of the same energy, and then that pulse can be amplified. Okay, so it's pulling off a certain frequency of I guess light, and then it's amplifying that over time. Is that just how lasers work? and they're getting a very specific, I guess, the higher the frequency, the more power it could have. Then they amplify that without having the guard, and they could probably tune those lasers to specific, wavelengths, and not have the other junk frequencies, do damage on those amplifiers. But I'll preface to say my father worked on industrial lasers, so I know a little bit about them.
Best.
So I mean, they're saying that the government is using lasers to go and create electronic field, magnetic fields and stuff like that, and that almost tracks with if Bob Lazar's claim is that they're bombarding with electrons, that the government is trying to do something similar with laser frequencies, in the research.
Yo,
hey,
welcome back, bro.
What are we talking about? Lasers? Bombarding with electrons?
Yeah, we're talking about like aliens and stuff, and Bob Lazar, and then we were just looking into the element 115 that he talked about, and then we're trying to figure out the properties of the element, because he could have predicted, or it could have been almost common knowledge what they wanted out of this element, and then he claimed to have seen those things in advance. But it looks like they're using it to bounce lasers off of it and then try to fuck around with dark matter, and in order to do that they need a stable element to shoot at. Otherwise whenever they shoot at a non-stable version, it turns into element 116, which is inert and doesn't really do anything for them.
Here's an interesting one. Page 21, squeeze quantum vacuum. Substantial theoretical and experimental work has shown that in quantum system, the limits to measurable precision imposed by the quantum vacuum 0-point fluctuations can be breached by decreasing the noise in one observable or measurable quantity at the expense of increasing the noise in the conjugate observable. At the same time, the variations in the first observable, say energy, are reduced below the 0-point fluctuation such that the energy becomes negative. Squeezing is thus the control of quantum fluctuations and corresponding uncertainties, whereby one can reduce the variance of one physically important observable quantity provided. The variance in the physically unimportant conjugate variable is then stretched, increased. So it looks like they're...
if I'm wrong, but is that about creating like you were saying about...
Can't be right. This can't be right.
It looks like they're working towards, trying to get towards some sort of the antimatter type of thing, quantum variations and stuff.
I'm just wondering, if that's the squeezing, and that is what you're talking about, creating different gravitational fields in order to move faster through space and time. Or fast isn't the right word.
Squeezing is thus the control of quantum fluctuations and the corresponding uncertainties. Okay, so it looks like they're trying to collapse the uncertainties in the quantum. And they're trying to harness the quantum realm into a certain output, where one can squeeze and reduce the variance of the observable quantity. So it looks like they're trying to control the output in the quantum field.
Why did you say that this can't be right, Pumpernickel? What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand some of the basics of physics. What do they mean by negative energy? When energy becomes negative and they put it in quotations. That's a whole big thing that's just not expanded on.
Yeah.
I understand in some calculations gravity is often notationally described in mathematics as negative energy.
Right. Is it negative as in we don't know about it, or is it negative
it's negative as in literally in the equations in the math? It often
Oh,
shows
it'd be
up
like-
as a negative
Would
quantity.
it be like a
it does-
counteracting force?
You're just giving it a label.
Similarly, you're just giving another label.
I think I may have jumped off it wrong. It seems like when they're talking about 0 point fluctuation, it's not about negative energy, but it's about controlling the output of 0 point fluctuation on the quantum level. So it's not a negative, it's not zero energy, it's not negative energy, but it's the zero fluctuation of the quantum field.
I mean, we can already get that, right? By just observing quantum stuff. Like the moment you observe things on a quantum level, the variability collapses, right? And it's
but they're not. But there's variability. Like you said, the variability collapses into one or a certain state. This, it looks like they're doing is, instead of it being variable, it's a controlled quantum output. Is what, if I'm reading this correctly. So you will know the output on the quantum field before it it collapses into a known. You could output known quantum variables, which I'm not a quantum computing expert and I'm not a physicist, but that could be incredibly useful, I could imagine.
I don't know. I don't buy any of it. The thing with quantum that I think a lot of people get caught up in is this idea that it doesn't have like a state until you observe it, and then you collapse the wave function or something.
Well,
but it's
I
not
think
even.
I think you're right there, though. I think because this is what it says. It says 0 point fluctuation such that the energy becomes negative, right? I guess the only way to have a 0 point fluctuation, to have the quantum field be repeatable, the quantum output be repeatable, is that you have to create a negative pole for the quantum field to pull towards, so that it's not negative in the sense of antimatter. It's negative in the sense of it's a vacuum that will pull the quantum realm into your desired output.
Right. I get what you're saying, but it's the fundamentals of the fundamentals of the analogy that I said about observing something quantum and then collapsing the wave function such that you can tell what it is. That by itself, that major principle of quantum mechanics and the way we describe it in English, even that isn't settled science. There are tons of physicists who now believe that actually there's not really that much variability. It is what it is when we detect it, and maybe it always was that way. But how can you know until you detect it? So even the randomness, the so-called randomness of quantum physics, isn't really necessarily the reality. And they do reality testing with physics a lot of the time. Like, hey, if you apply the thinking or the logic of quantum mechanics to the world, would the world around us make sense? And it clearly doesn't make sense at all.
I think the way that just to like finish my train of thought, but just to like take that,
I think it's papers like this that use all this scientific sounding jargon. I think it's 100% bullshit. Like, none of this is like science. I mean, it's scientific, but none of this is like settled. Every sentence of this is a massive contention in physics.
Oh, I can agree, but I could also see how, even if the states in the quantum field are already what they are, in the same sense as if you were trying to measure like the charge on something, the charge on an element, if you then can go and create negative or positive poles, you can then go and in the output, negative is going to attract to positive. If you can create the right charge, you can attract the desired outcome. So if there's the quantum field and there's multiple, there's two states, right? But you can go and attract the desired state. That seems like that, even if it's not really quantum in the sense where it's like it's unknowable, and it's in that quantum state where it is variable, where it's both at the same time. even if it is a binary, a 1 or a 0, you could still then, you would need a way, if we're going to go and apply this further, you would, it'd be good to have a way where you can go and get a desired outcome. So you go and you create the correct poll to get, the outcome you want. I mean, again, this is, I agree. This could be all bullshit jargon, and I'm trying to rationalize it. But it seems like it's good bullshit jargon. So
it just fits like what the expected outcomes that you would want would be. So they would like play into things. A little bit like I was saying earlier about like people throughout time, they had like ravens and like ways to send mails, but they always expected something like a little bit different. So maybe they imagined like a theory, and then one day the internet comes along and they're like, it's like a realization of that like long-term goal that we've had.
Almost a realization of the prediction that they had, or I get what you mean.
Yeah. What's another?
It's almost like how science fiction kind of predicts science as well.
Yeah. Or I don't know. There's other good ideas with it, with like storytelling and like stories about gods and yada yada yada, and then eventually it just becomes more like what our normal lives are like.
So this negative energy.
What does this have like unclassified or official use only, or written all over it?
Because supposedly this is a why won't it load at the top for me? This is a defense intelligence reference document that is unclassified.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my biggest pushbacks on this is that it would have been like, say a guy like Lazar gets a job for the government, they immediately show him something like this and they're like, it is classified, but it's really just all bullshit and they just want to see if he'll leak it all.
Yeah.
I would say my pushback on this is most of this is type font, digital. But if you go to page 4, it looks like they scanned in a document. But what is this?
Oh yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, Crisp, can you go to the first page? I think it's after the title page.
This one.
Yeah, scroll down just slowly over that. Yeah, one of my big issues with this is this kind of briefing, I guess, is something you would give to decision makers, right? Explaining systems and how they work. Or hypothetically, none of this language is going to be understood by any president, any chief of staff, any general. This is entirely useful language. This is not like a dumbed down briefing. This is someone writing nonsense, couching it in scientific language. There's no way this would pass for a briefing. It's not concise enough. It's not boring or plain enough.
That's a good.
I did just watch a thing, the Bogdanov twins that Justical uses as his face. This is how they're both doctors, is that they wrote things like this. And one of them had this like crazy sort of unprecedented thing. There was another guy who did it as a joke. He wrote articles like this and then he got them published in scientific journals just to like show how retarded like scientific journals were. And then he got pissed off, kind of, because it felt to him like Igor and Grichka Bogdanov were doing what he did, but they just weren't like pranking about it. And he's like, oh, there's like a big difference about doing it as a joke and then about doing it as a joke that you never admit is a joke. And one of these guys, like they say, IQ scores above 190, but these dudes are just like royal family members who like went hard. He one of them was he just like he got like an honorable achievement, but like the word honorable is like counterintuitive because it means that like it's the lowest possible form of like getting a rank, as like a PhD, and for some reason they told him if he could get his papers in like 4 different scientific journals, they would give him a PhD. And so he wrote 4 different like wacky papers and managed to get them all like published.
What did Igor die of?
Came across just like this. What did Igor?
Well, my biggest thing is that page 4 is completely out of place in this document. It's on Iraq. So that
COVID.
page 4.
He died of COVID.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I looked at the year 2022. I was like, what? They're not that smart, eh?
Oh yeah. This doco I watched on them, was it by Imrao or was it by
They
the other
both
kid?
died from COVID.
That's wild.
They died 6 days
Both,
apart.
Here,
both were
but
intentionally unvaccinated.
wait. Alternatively, so I ran the title of this paper through Google, and I got a different document that doesn't have that page 4, which I don't really like. And this is hosted on dia.mil.com, and then when I go to that website, it seems, to me, on first glance, it seems super sketchy. But I don't know if .mil websites are.
Does it have HTTP at the start?
Yeah, HTTPS.
Okay, just making sure it's a secure website.
But I don't know if you can get a .mil domain unless you actually are
military.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that it would be military people are doing shenanigans, dude. They've always done shenanigans.
Here, this is the paper, and again, it's missing that page 4, which I really didn't like. And here is and actually, it's funny. Well, if you go to the page, I checked the host page, and you go to that, and it seems super fucking like not government. But then I don't know if it's possible to get a .mil domain, because the U.S. Air Force uses .mil. Like and from what I just looked up, it seems like .mil is reserved for U.S. actual U.S. military use.
Yeah, definitely. But
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
If this is what if this is all bullshit and this is what my taxpayer money is go for, I want a fucking refund, dude.
Yeah, that is part of the thing. I think your taxpayer money does go towards very like fucked up things to like help the population feel like validated in their conspiracies, but not cause too much panic. Yada yada yada. Do you know about the Bay of Pigs? Where they did the fucking Know You, or they're like.
Apparently, yeah. According to ChatGPT, .mil is top level military domain, reserved exclusively for the United States Department of Defense and its related entities.
We'll say with science itself, you don't even have to go into like other conspiracy theories. There is a huge problem in science and the academia around it, particularly with particle physicists, where they are kind of stuck in the loop of lobbying basically nations and countries for larger and larger investments and bigger and bigger particle accelerators, because they keep predicting that they're going to find like the next particle that's going to reveal how the universe works, or the next thing, and they haven't for ages. The Higgs boson was like, there was already evidence of it before they saw it, so they kind of went in expecting what they found. But since then, the kind of particles and particle physics that they're pushing is way more on like the string theory, fantasy, fairy tale shit that has never been proven or never been observed outside of mathematics.
I think a problem. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so a lot of these institutes, they are stuck in this loop where in order to pay their staff, they have to keep lobbying and keep coming up with new theories to lobby governments with. Like, potentially we could find a particle that could do this, maybe, so that they can get another grant. to pay their staff,
And they
but
sort
none
of
of it's actually real.
it's very like
it's
relatable
real.
as a person. I wouldn't expect anyone to ever like not try to protect their career, their income, which sort of means that like the natural human instinct is to at least stay the same size.
It's a huge issue in physics. That famous German woman on YouTube who talks about physics and things, and has popped off a lot recently. She talks about it on a YouTube video.
Famous German physicist lady.
I totally can understand.
She's
You
a
know,
YouTuber.
baffle and in fact that might go into the claims earlier, like you were saying, how this language and stuff is not digestible to somebody not with a firm grasp in the field. So either one, this could be originally intended for lower up or lower people who are more attached to the subject, or alternatively it could be something that was published in the hopes to baffle with bullshit. Hey, we have these these.
It
these-
looks a
these
lot more like the
conceptual
second
experiments.
one. Like
Yeah,
where they're combining like, so there are words that you could use in physics and chemistry, but they mean nothing depending on what one. They mean nothing in relation to each other, and that's like sort of the big problem with like Igor and Grishka, is that they would combine all these like fancy buzzwords. And probably a similar thing that you could get in here, like whereas like a physicist might understand some of this, but then it's like, was this written for physicists or chemists? Maybe it was just written for idiots.
Well, the summary, I just glossed over the summary, and the summary is a lot more digestible for the layman, and it cites Einstein relativity, it cites Caltech, Schwarzschild. So
This is
I don't know if you are citing Einstein in your paper. I feel like that's like name dropping a little bit.
well,
like,
but if you're
like,
also dealing with relativity,
I get no one cites like Isaac Newton anymore though, right?
well, it just said in 1985, Caltech physicist M. Morris and K. Thorne discovered the principles of transversal wormholes based on Einstein's general relativity theory, published 1915, and Morris and Thorne, reference 1.
Okay, so so it's just just
This
a
is a
context
summary.
or history. Okay, right.
Yeah. Not like Einstein here,
Yeah, that would have been weird.
Gotcha.
But again, my gripe with that paper, or the one that I sent originally, was the page 4 where it was out of place in text, and also it was talking about the Iraq War, so that's out of place. But this is on an actual military website. This seems less like the Bogdanov twins and maybe some a physics department somewhere in fucking in Caltech or something trying to get grants.
The Bogdanovs are fairly unique, but the similar problem may have been taken advantage of for other reasons, like grants or to make people more complacent.
Yeah,
Well,
Chris, put on that Sabine woman talking about the issue with particle physics. It explains the problem with this kind of paper really, really well.
Well, I would, hopefully, this is a hope. I would hope that there are people, promoted to the right places who can decipher this and have grasps on this that can go and say, hey, yeah, this is bullshit. Cut their funding, But,
YouTube has removed.
The U.S. government isn't exactly known for its efficiency and non-waste. So.
Dun, 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 dun. Do you know what the YouTube video might be called, Pumpernickel?
Something about particle physicists or colliders or something.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away and get a drink real quick.
Cool, bro. So, Pumpernickel, like, you've got a bit of a physics background, have you? You seem to have a bit of an understanding on this.
No, not at all. I just read a lot about it.
Yeah, probably more the social
remember
issues
it.
you've tapped into, right?
Yeah. I just have a weird memory where I'm like effectively like blind for numbers. I struggle to remember like a phone number, like really, really hard. But when it comes to like a narrative written down, I can just remember the story pretty much.
Here we
That's
go.
cool.
If you follow
I think I got it.
Yeah, this one I think probably, yeah.
news about particle physics, then you know that it comes in 3 types. It's either that they haven't found that thing they were looking for, or they've come up with something new to look for, which they'll later report not having found, or it's something so boring you don't even finish reading the headline. How come that particle physicists constantly make wrong predictions? And what will happen next? That's what we'll talk about today.
And she's a
The list
very
of things
qualified
that particle
physicist as well, so she
physicists said
knows.
should exist, but that
Right, super qualified. Hold on, let me have a quick look.
super qualified, I think.
Yeah, it's super interesting when you like get to see someone like this talk. And it's like, oh, because you know they hang out with like the other greats. She's a Renaissance woman as well. Born in Frankfurt, undergraduate degree in mathematics in 1997 at Goethe University, Frankfurt. She completed a doctorate in theoretical physics from the same institution, with her title Schwarze Loche in the Interdimensional Eigenschaften und Nachweis, which is like the black. I'm not really sure of this word, but it's, yeah, something to do with like black holes or something, probably.
She's a theoretical physicist as well, so she often understands a lot about what people are trying to find with their experiments, like because it's theoretical before it becomes a reality, right? And she can explain in layman's terms why a lot of these pet theories that physicists throw out randomly are just complete nonsense.
I'm just gonna message to Khans and get her to translate that for me.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, just in time for our video. We're just looking up her credentials.
if you follow news about particle physics, then you know that it comes in 3 types. It's either that they haven't found that thing they were looking for, or they've come up with something new to look for, which they'll later report not having found, or it's something so boring you don't even finish reading the headline. How come that particle physicists constantly make wrong predictions? And what will happen next? That's what we'll talk about today.
I love the shit she throws at them.
The list of things that particle physicists said should exist, but that no one's ever seen, is very long. No supersymmetric particles, no proton decay, no dark matter particles, no WIMPs, no axions, no stellar neutrinos. There's about as much evidence for any of those as for Bigfoot, though Bigfoot would probably have got me more views. Some particle physicists even predicted unparticles, and those weren't found either. It's been going like this for 50 years, ever since the 1970s. In the 1970s, particle physicists completed what's now called the Standard Model. The Standard Model of particle physics collects all the fundamental particles that matter is made of and their interactions. When the model was completed, not all these particles had yet been measured, but one after another they were experimentally confirmed. The W and Z bosons were discovered in 1983 at CERN. The top quark was discovered in 1995 at Fermilab, and the last one was the Higgs boson, which was found at CERN in 2012. It was the final nail in the coffin of the Standard Model. There are no more particles left to look for. But particle physicists believe there'd be more to find. Indeed, I'd guess most of them still believe this today. Or at least they tell you they believe it. Already in the 1970s, they said that the Standard Model wasn't good enough because it collects 3 different fundamental forces. That's the electromagnetic, the strong, and the weak nuclear force. Particle physicists wanted those to be unified to one force. Why? Because that'd be nicer. Theories which combine these 3 forces are called grand unified theories. You get them by postulating...
Can you elaborate on what she just said, real quick?
Yeah, the human I guess, desire for things to be intuitively unified when there's no law in nature that says that ought to be the case.
Right.
Like, nothing about nature is trying specifically to be convenient for us or
That makes
intuitive. There's no reason why that ought to be the case at all. But we're trying to make a triangle peg fit into a square hole, you know.
Right.
If you keep looking at it, maybe in a certain light, we can see that it's got 4 corners instead of 3. You know.
Gotcha. Taken just translated her thesis. It translated to black holes and extra dimensions, characteristics and evidence.
Yeah,
So
yeah. She's big on that kind of like cutting edge physics. I trust her a lot when she talks about these things because it's her field. It's
yeah. Sorry, I'm just messaging to Khan because the name of her thesis just seems to have like a little bit of English syntax in it, and like even the word "in," which isn't like a German word. So I'm like,
I think she moved to America and lived in America for a long time, and worked in institutions over here. So maybe her English is like
anglicized.
Yeah. And she's German as well, so she's not like a standard ESL person.
Yeah, they are right in it.
Bigger symmetry.
Germans are interesting in like they're a super global culture. They expect their youths, especially the smart ones, to like get out into the world. So not knowing English is just not really a thing. If you're like a young smart person.
Than that of the Standard Model. Grand Unified Theories, GUTS for short, reproduced the Standard Model in the range that it had been tested already, but led to deviations in untested ranges. I'd say at the time, grand unification was a reasonable thing to try, because symmetry principles had worked well in physics in the past. The Standard Model itself was born out of symmetry principles, and even though Einstein himself, yes, that guy again, didn't use symmetry arguments, we today understand his theories as realizations of certain symmetries. But this time, more symmetries didn't work. Grand Unified Theories made a prediction, which is that one of the constituents of atomic nuclei, the proton, is unstable. Starting in the 1980s, experiments looked for proton decay. They didn't see it. This ruled out several models for grand unification, but you can make those models more complicated so that they remain compatible with observations. That's what particle physicists did, and that's where the problems began. Next, there was the axion. The Standard Model contains about 24 numbers that must be determined by experiment. One of them is known as the theta parameter. Experimentally, it's been found to be 0 or so small it's indistinguishable from 0. If it was non-zero, then the strong nuclear force would violate a symmetry known as CP symmetry. That the theta parameter is 0 or very small is known as the strong CP problem. It isn't really a problem because the Standard Model works just fine with simply setting the theta parameter to 0. But particle physicists don't like small numbers. It's a feeling that I'm sure most of us have experienced when looking at our bank statements, but particle physicists are somewhat more accepting. They accept small numbers if there's a mechanism keeping it small.
That's funny,
the Standard Model has no such mechanism. This is why, to make the small theta parameter acceptable, particle physicists added a mechanism to the Standard Model that it forced the parameter to be small. But a consequence of this modification was the existence of a new particle, which Frank Wilczek called the axion in 1978. The name is a pun on the symmetry axis of the mechanism and the name of an American laundry detergent, because the axion particle was a particularly clean solution. Unfortunately, the axion turned out to not exist. If the axion existed, neutron stars would cool very quickly, which we don't observe. With this argument, the axion was experimentally ruled out almost as quickly as it was introduced in 1980. But physicists didn't give up on the axion. Like with grand unification, they changed the theory so that it'd evade the experimental constraints. The new type of axion was introduced in 1981 and was originally called the harmless axion. It was then for some while called the invisible axion, but today it's often just called the axion. Lots of experiments have looked and continue to look for these invisible axions. None was ever detected, but physicists still look for their invisible friends. Wilczek, by the way, invented another particle in 1982, which he called the femmelon. No one's found that either. Yet another flawed idea that particle physicists came up with in the 1970s is supersymmetry. Supersymmetry postulates that all particles in the Standard Model have a partner particle. This idea was dead on arrival because those partner particles have the same masses as the Standard Model particles that they belong to. If they existed, they'd have shown up in the first particle colliders, which they did not. Supersymmetry was therefore amended immediately so that the supersymmetric partner particles would have much higher masses. It takes high energies to produce heavy particles, so it'd take big particle colliders to see those heavy supersymmetric particles. The first supersymmetric models made predictions that were tested in the 1990s at the Large Electron Positron Collider at CERN. Those predictions were falsified. Supersymmetry was then amended again to prevent the falsified processes from happening. The next bigger collider, the Tevatron, was supposed to find them. That didn't happen. Then they were supposed to show up at the Large Hadron Collider, and that didn't happen either. Particle physicists continue to change and amend those supersymmetric models so that they don't run into conflict with new data. The reason particle physicists liked supersymmetry, besides that it neatly abbreviates to SUSY, was that they claimed it'd solve what's known as the hierarchy problem. That's the question of why the mass of the Higgs boson is so much smaller than the Planck mass. You may say, well, why not? And indeed, there's no reason why not. The mass of the Higgs boson is a constant of nature. It's one of those free parameters in the Standard Model. This means you can't predict it, you just go and measure it. Supersymmetry doesn't change anything about this. The Higgs boson mass is still a free parameter in supersymmetric extensions of the Standard Model, and you still can't predict it. Supersymmetry therefore does not explain the mass of the Higgs boson. You measure it, and that's that. Then there are all kinds of dark matter particles. A type that's particularly popular is called weakly interacting massive particles.
It's making me reflect, and this is probably just like a personal insecurity about my own ignorance, but like it feels like we're at the end game. It's like, fuck, like, no one's getting anywhere.
It also makes me seem like she's. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of theories, and those theories are gonna be wrong, and you know. Like in hindsight being 2020, like yeah, once it's proven wrong, it's like yeah, no duh. But you know, these are all just theories that we're trying to build our models upon. And you know, the one thing that she does that you guys were saying earlier, how we want it to be ordered and make sense and fit all together in a unified theory. Like it seems nice, right, to have things unified, and it may not be, and it also help scientists keep their jobs, right? Without having to go and relearn things or look down different pathways to try to explain these things. But in the same vein, there are people hundreds of years ago who were skeptics on modern things that we now take for granted. So as we stumble through the dark trying to figure out how to how to understand these things better. It's
hopefully we stumble across the right thing. The problem is we have decades of failures.
Well, she's talking more about not so much the scientific spirit of these people and the fact-finding motivation, but more about a fundamental logical fallacy in the entire methodology.
Right.
So it seems to be like a problem with psychology.
Yeah, they have a hypothesis, and then they experimentally disprove the hypothesis. They're like, it's proven not be true. And rather than be like, okay, well, I was wrong, they go, oh, well, actually, I'll just have to change the value of my predicted particle such that we would need
To
to
make
do
it fit model.
yeah
Yeah.
and that's not progress, and
Yeah.
it sucks up huge amounts of scientific funding in these gigantic particle physics institutions and laboratories when there is tons more like applicable research.
Can I just ask you a question on that?
Sure.
Is it possible that there's other reasons why they're doing it? Like, does it affect other predictions that they've made?
Yeah, everything's kind of tangled together. So you would have people like a particular particle physicist who may believe in a bunch of these different theories, and then they might wrap that all up in a bow and call it like string theory or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, like some of these can be familied up as component hypotheses of like a larger unified theory of everything. That
So
some
something's
scientists
missing.
are
It
trying
could,
to find. Yeah.
something's missing. It would threaten their whole body of work, basically.
Effectively, yeah. There are people
Yeah.
who have the multiverse or multidimensional model of physics, people who have the string theory model of physics. It's all problematic when these individual fundamental hypotheses are like disproved finally once and for all.
Yeah.
It wipe out entire branches of study.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
True. It seems like she's just looking over the history, and then she'll look at what you were saying about
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
probably
I
just
just wanted to check that you kind of understood the gist of what she was getting at with all of this.
yeah. I wonder, because then she goes up against common objections, which I think this is like an 8-minute segment. She must go into a little bit more than the cause of it. I'm sure it won't take her this long to explain the cause. So I'm sure she goes on to like point out this is like distracting from actual progress.
Yeah, she does at the end in the like objections and answers. She'll go over like better ways of doing this kind of stuff.
Right.
Short. Experiments have looked for WIMPs since the 1980s. They haven't found them. Each time an experiment came back empty-handed, particle physicists claimed the particles were a little bit more weakly interacting and said they needed a better detector. There are more experiments that have looked for all kinds of other particles which continue to not find them. There are headlines about this literally every couple of weeks. The Panda X4T experiment looked for light fermionic dark matter. They didn't find it. The Stereo experiment looked for sterile neutrinos. They didn't find them. CDX didn't find light WIMPs. HESS didn't find any evidence for WIMP annihilation. The microscope experiment didn't find a fifth force. An experiment called Sensei didn't find sub-GeV dark matter, and so on. The pattern is this. Particle physicists invent particles, make predictions for those invented particles, and when these predictions are falsified, they change the model and make new predictions. They say it's good science because these hypotheses are falsifiable. I'm afraid most of them believe this. But just because a hypothesis is falsifiable doesn't mean it's good science. And no, Popper didn't say that a hypothesis which is falsifiable is also scientific. He said that a hypothesis which is scientific is also falsifiable. In case you're a particle physicist, here's a diagram that should help. Example, tomorrow you'll receive $1,000 from my friend the Prince of Nigeria. Falsifiable, but not scientific. The best way to see that what particle physicists are doing isn't good science is by noting that it's not working. Good scientists should learn from their failures, but particle physicists have been making the same mistake for 50 years. But why is it not working? I'll try to illustrate this with a simple sketch. If you understand the following 2 minutes, you can outsmart most particle physicists, and you don't want to miss that opportunity, do you? Suppose you have a bunch of data and you fit a model to it. The model is this curve. You can think of the model as an algorithm with input parameters if you like, or just a set of equations that you work out by hand. Either way, it's a bunch of mathematical assumptions. If you make a model more complicated by adding more assumptions, you can fit the data better, but the more complicated the model becomes, the less useful it'll be. Eventually, the model is more complicated than the data. At this point, you can fit anything, and the model is entirely useless. This is called overfitting. The best model is one that reaches a balance between simplicity of the model and accuracy of the fit. Let's suppose it's this one. If you get new data and the data do not agree with what was previously your best model, then you improve the model. This is normal scientific practice, and this is probably what particle physicists think they are doing, but it's not what they are doing. The currently best model is the standard model, and all the data agree with it, so there's no reason to amend it. Here's what they are doing instead. Let's imagine that this curve is the standard model, and this is all the existing data. And imagine we have a particle physicist, let's call him Bob. Bob says, "That's nice, but we haven't checked the model over here." And he says, "I could make this model more complicated so that the curve goes instead this way, or that way, or any other way. I'll pick this one, call this my prediction, and hey, I'll publish it in PRL. Why do I predict it? Because I can. Because you see, my model agrees with all the data, so this prediction could be correct, right? Right? And it's falsifiable. Therefore, I'm a good scientist." And all of Bob's friends with all their different predictions say the same. They are all good scientists, every single one of them. And as a result of all that good science, we get any possible prediction. Then they do an experiment and the data come in, and would you know it, they agree with the standard model. And Bob and all his friends say, "Oh well, no worries, we'll update our prediction. Now the deviations are in this range where we still haven't measured it. We need bigger experiments. And also, I'll write a new paper about it." What's the problem with that procedure? The problem is that those models with all their different predictions are unnecessarily complicated. They should never have been put forward. They are not scientific hypotheses. They are made-up stories, like my friend, the Prince of Nigeria, who'll send you money tomorrow. Though if you send me $100 today, I'll have another word with him. There are only two justifications for making a model more complicated. The first is if you already have data that requires it. We can call this an inconsistency with data. The second is if the model isn't working properly. It makes several predictions that contradict each other, or no predictions at all. We can call this an internal inconsistency. And that's what's going wrong in particle physics. They have no justification for making the standard model more complicated. When they do it nevertheless, it isn't working, because that's just not how science works. If you change a good model, then that change should be an improvement, not a complication. I believe the reason they don't notice what they're
Can I
doing
ask a
is
question?
that they have invented all these pseudo problems that the complicated.
Yeah.
Apparently, you can't ask a question.
Yeah, you're still muted if you're asking your question.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, so you know, with special relativity, and they need dark matter to prove special relativity. Is that like a prediction that needs to be done, or is that trying to find something to make the model fit?
You could argue that anything that requires the detection of something else to be proven will fit the description of what she's just talked about there. So yes, however, if the world still predictably works the same way with the model, it's not necessarily like necessary. Do you understand what I mean? Like
kind of, yeah.
You could. I think what she's talking about is it's not like she's saying that the Occam's razor is how the universe is, that the simplest solution is just what it is. That's not what she's saying. She's saying that like if the models did need this kind of complicated physics, it would have already been a thing that they have learned and studied before now, getting to here, and it wouldn't be complicated therein. Because it would have already been part of the standard model. Like the standard model would not have been as accurate in the past. The past data would not have been as correct as it was if the model was wrong.
Yeah.
If it needed these components to work.
Right, it's starting to make more sense. I'm not sure if it helps us understand, or it helps me understand where to go in the future, but she must go into the leading ideas on that.
I think a lot of the theories about, like, just to go back towards like experimental aircraft or alien technology, and well, how could aliens get here faster than light travel? How could you do that? A lot of these things require making up new physics, fundamentally.
Yeah.
For the idea to even be conceptual.
But this is where I get back to that then. But then doesn't dark matter, to make special relativity work, don't we need to make up dark matter?
Yes, I think with some things it's
acceptable.
It's acceptable because the experience proves
like our
it.
understanding of like how everything works now to like accommodate for other things like that, right? It's like
I know I don't
thing that like takes the changes
I don't wanna,
everything and
I don't want to keep going back to it, but that's literally what Einstein did for the theory of relativity, though. You kind of see where I'm coming from.
Einstein
I think
was very like falsifiable and could be wrong, right?
Well, I think her
But
problem
not until
really,
you find dark matter, really. It's not falsifiable, is it?
Yeah.
I think her problem isn't with any of the models or with any of the leaps that we've taken so far. I think more so hers is like the boondoggles, and I'd even say it's more of the culture in these communities, where instead of people listening to the models and and then trying to deviate and experiment to fill out and flesh out the models, it's not even that problematic. But I would say it's more of that there's all these papers and bullshit. It takes more evidence to refute bullshit than it does to go and create bullshit. So you have people who have hubris and who have who want to have the next particle named after them, or them to go down the books. So they go, and instead of bidding somewhere along and say, oh well, I just kind of agree with the standard model and let's go from there, let's figure out where we're going. They are now scientists, people, guys, dudes, whatever they are, who are female, whatever, whoever, women, chicks, anybody. There's scientists who are going and saying, oh, I have the next major change, and I'm going to write a paper on it, and here, now let's prove my thing. And then when they're proven wrong, they go back and readjust it and say, okay, I'm still right, and I'm special, and I'm still right, and I was just wrong there. Let's keep going, because we're still going to need to flesh out the model, and we're still going to need to build larger colliders.
That's what she's saying, is that we don't actually have that need, and I think this is what is the answer to Brumy's question. So, like with the dark matter thing, for example, that was a hypothesis to explain the discrepancy between how we predicted the universe to be and the size and motion of like stars and galaxies, and how it actually is. So we could put the numbers using our understanding of physics through a calculator, and we could predict that a star this age should be this size, and we found that when we look at the star and measure it, it's actually a completely different size. So therefore we knew that our math was incomplete, so there was something that we were missing. There was evidence of something being missing in our understanding. What these people are doing is making up problems that don't exist.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
That's where her discrepancy is, and a lot of people mistake the second thing for science, and people do this all the time. Not just scientists, but like conspiracy theorists are experts at this. It's one of the logical fallacies they fall into. It's like
Yeah, I
a
get what you
fundamental flaw. I feel like that is pretty ubiquitous in like the human logic system.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. I'm glad you cleared that up. That made a lot more sense the way you said it that time. Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah. So yeah, like just to recap, like the
wrong.
way you said it before, to see if it makes more sense to you. It's not that like she's saying Occam's razor is the way to go, but if the ideas that they're like looking for now were there, we would have already found them. Right.
Or there would be evidence of there being a
That's
hole
being
there,
there.
you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what there was in Einstein's case. Yeah.
Right, like we might have evidence for that one thing, but then there would be a whole bunch of other stuff all around it as well. Oh shit, I just got like a follower or a subscriber or something. I didn't like that.
Oh, welcome.
Nice. shout out to the subscriber.
Why the fuck did you do this, dumb fuck?
Unsubscribe now. No, don't do
Yeah,
that.
get out. This is a lone
You should
wolf stream.
unsubscribe now.
Yeah. You are like a summer ant. You are like a single molecule on this planet.
Summer ants.
I got raided.
He's so iconic.
That's what there is. There's 30 people watching now. Holy moly.
So beautiful.
Hey, thanks
I
for
love
that.
30 people.
Let's advance some false theories real quick while we have the audience. So I have a new particle that I'd like to propose.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know the qualities
Period.
of it,
That's
but
it.
we're gonna need a bigger collider, and then like this lady said, I'm not gonna make a crazy prediction. I'm just saying it's out there, and we should make a bigger particle, and then we'll name it after me. I think
We
that's,
just need funding.
Yeah, we just need funding, and my name to be on it. So the brick particle.
I can actually invent fusion.
Small ask, right? A
We
couple
just needed
100 million,
investors.
maybe a few billion.
Yeah.
You know.
I've also tapped into compression technology for computers, so your hard drives will be able to hold 10 times more information. Get on it. If you want that,
Yes,
like,
yes.
subscribe, and follow. Nah, don't
Cutting edge
do
stuff
it.
here,
Keep your
folks.
money. Oh man, I almost feel like I should recap a little bit, but we were like going over aliens and the possibility of us discovering their existence, which inherently brings us into the discussion of black holes, dark particles, all kinds of things.
Is it okay if you summarize for the people who just joined? Or
Yeah.
is it too much to ask?
Well, it was a bit of a.
I don't want to bog down the convo.
It was a bit of a. It was quite the
Winding
convo.
path
We
here.
talked about a lot of things, like the progression of like material science, and the way it is sort of like the way forward, and it is like the furthest way forward that we've gotten. I'd love to see us do like
What is the
biological
thesis
science.
of the main problem right now? Is it the critique? Is
We
it
were-
the
we were,
replication problem?
Well, I think we were.
We were sort of debunking some of the leaked information from, or at least looking at why we shouldn't read too much into declassified information from the governments, aside from the fact that these like documents might just be given to entry-level government employees to see if they will leak things. They might also be, there's a significant problem within scientific literature where people will like write bullshit which will have like buzzwords, and this buzzword might mean something to physics and it might mean something to chemistry, but like independently from each other. But if you're not like fully aware of those things, people will like jumble them in and become like PhDs or doctors. So this is the story of the Bogdanov twins. And then parallel to that, we were also looking into like the inherent problem within physics, where these dudes have spent a long time throughout history, or throughout the past decades, on the brink of discovering the new thing. And what happens every time that they create the new particle collider, like all the ones leading up to the Higgs boson particle collider, is that they create this new technology and they still don't find what they're looking for, and they keep coming back with this solution, or the way forward is just, we just need to get something a little bit more precise to get what we want. And this lady's describing the fact that instead of looking back on the models that they have, it's hard to like, she's sort of characterized the problem with it. I'm not sure exactly what the solution is, except I guess the solution is to like let go of your ideas that things should be convenient and fit to the ideas that you have. because we end up like chasing those ideas with incredibly large amounts of money.
To be fair, she hasn't got to the solution quite yet in the video, so I mean that's still to come anyway.
Yeah,
I
all the
believe.
premises leading to what we should assume the conclusion will be.
Theory can only get you so far, Evan. Like at some point, you gotta like actually boil it down for you guys.
Yeah.
Theory can only get you so far. Like at some point, like it's what you can get like in practice, like what the results actually are when you put it to the test that is important.
Yeah.
Not the results on paper.
What's a couple
I
$100
thought
billion?
theory
the
just
most
explains
friends?
all the facts of the matter. It just kind of like
It can, but when it doesn't,
What if you don't know?
Well, as a
But what
scientist,
about when it doesn't?
as a scientist, you're always trying to like project your theories and ideas forward, like into the future. So with these like data models that I'm showing here, these are like
Sometimes you can get a little bit too ahead of yourself.
Yeah. This is the data.
think I'm
The squares are the data, and the line is the model that they're following. However, when the data ends, the model is somewhat up for interpretation. However, they can still do good science by saying, yo, I fit the model to my data. However, when I discover more data, it didn't quite follow this line going down. But instead, well, she'll offer the solution to this, and then she'll offer the solution to this later, which I don't know the answer to. But when they find more data, they just like change their model to fit the lines of data, and then continue on with the idea that they had previously, instead of changing it.
I think.
But isn't that the
Chris
difference
should-
between hypothesis and theory? Is hypothesis is you don't know, and a theory just explains all the facts.
Well, what she's saying is she's saying that they're coming up with hypothesis, and then changing the model to match the hypothesis. But then when they test for that hypothesis and don't find the data matches, they then say, well, the data must be in a different range we haven't searched in yet. So then they'll keep their idea, or whatever theory it happens to be, and they'll just say it's further. They'll just kick the ball further down the road, basically, rather than saying maybe this is just wrong.
A good hypothesis should like be grounded in something, right? Like you can't just throw shit at the wall and hope it sticks. Like it has to have some sort of like.
Exactly. This is one of the problems that they have, is that they use the word falsifiable. So like all of your science should be able to be retested by other scientists to be proved right or wrong. However, just because it is falsifiable doesn't mean it's good science. And then this graph is like sort of showing that, where they sometimes they stick too close to the data points, and then the model is like kind of useless, because this model that I'm showing on screen right now is basically not telling you anything. It's basically telling you what the data's telling you anyway. Whereas like this model here is just like too simplified, right? And then
well that model, the first one, Crisp, that's the smooth line. You can predict, and you'll be roughly accurate because you have like a historical data set to kind of arc off of, and you'll be within the range of predicting.
Right.
But with this one, with the one where they do the jagged lines to connect every single data point exactly, it's so random you don't know where the line's going to go next.
Yeah.
If you go up or down, like you can't make any prediction off of that.
Yeah. Which sort of means you can like say you did good science when you predict that it's going to go sharply down or sharply up, which we're showing here with Hob.
I think she did. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, can I just real quick before y'all hop back in? I believe you really said that the UFO example from the government with the guys coming out about, leaks in the CIA. That was just an example to prove the point, not the main thesis, right?
Can someone else answer that? It went over my head.
Yeah. We were originally talking about the UFO stuff because I don't know why, but then we were looking at some allegedly like unclassified documents that were describing some technical faster than light travel or something, and I was basically calling out the documents as horseshit. And one of the reasons I called it out was because I felt like it was this kind of science, and then we were just looking into this.
Gotcha.
If you want to see...
Yeah, and the reason I asked...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would totally agree with what you guys have kind of concluded here. It's so funny how across all of those leaks from UFOs and the CIA, quote unquote, right, in the U.S. State Department. It's interesting how they use very specific language like non-human biochemistry, whatever, the biological. It was some way they described, like, essentially they're leaning into the idea. I think they knew that they were kind of leaning into terms that were they were essentially alien, is how the average human would, or average person who's non-educated would take it, right? And it could just be, right, a term that you would just describe. Oh, we don't think this is human, right? It could be anything, right? And it's very funny how all of those leaks also come out that the person who testified before Congress has some sort of private company that now post government work. They're making money off of this story, right? Both the UFO leak and the recent Russian leak about the the microwaves.
I think most of the major UFO leakers have a history of being caught, basically benefiting from their testimonies or the books that they've written and that kind of stuff.
Right, book deals. Even if they have it right now, the latest one was pretty unimpeachable. But then you look, he's got a book deal. He's going on Rogan, right? Okay, so
and they make a livelihood out of it. Yeah.
Not to be super obvious, but have you guys heard about what's that dude, Tom DeLonge, like the ex-singer Blink-182?
I love him,
Like,
dude.
has a company. Yeah, he actually has a company where he's like trying to prove that aliens exist. And he says how he talks with government officials, and they have tests about how they can get quantum physics to move spaceships between point A and point B in the galaxy, and how they make them move crazy and shit. Have you guys heard of this?
Yeah, I've definitely heard about him ever since when he was back in Blink-182. He would dress up like an alien, and they were we'd be on the tour bus, and he'd just be sitting there looking out the window, wondering what else was going on in the universe. I'm Tom DeLonge, and this is my stories of the extraterrestrials. He's just really into it.
Do you think he's full of it or what?
If anything, his authentic curiosity would be, something to make you kind of cool to get behind.
100% full of it.
But yeah, he probably makes things. I'm sure a guy like that eventually has some sort of midlife crisis, where even though he's had such a successful life, he wants to have a bigger impact on the world and on humanity as a whole. So instead of buying a Mustang, he goes and finds aliens. Yeah, unreal.
Aliens are fun.
Just like the dolphin jerk off guy.
Pictures been released of when the government announced that there were aliens existing? Were there any pictures of bodies leaked or anything like that?
They never said anything about bodies. They always said about encounters with UAPs and stuff.
Oh, that's so vague though. I feel like that could. I mean, it's still amazing, a huge scientific discovery, regardless. But, I don't know. I feel like everyone just imagines aliens just to be a gray alien.
I think we said some of them think that the UAPs and the aliens are humans from the future.
Or it could be the fucking Easter rabbit,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, any theory is plausible.
It's Santa Claus. That's the alien.
Yeah.
Because of the barriers of creating life throughout the universe. I know the universe is infinitely big, but I think that there's more infinitely impossible chances than the size of the universe that would prevent life from being made. You got to think about it like two different infinities. One of them is a lot bigger than the other.
And just for the record,
it seems a lot more reasonable that if we could move through time, it would be some future version of ourselves coming back, as opposed to a.
You could only travel back until the earliest time that a time machine was built to receive you, right?
You could have
people found ways that a time machine could be I don't know. I'm gonna learn how to travel back to a fucking toaster.
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't make sense.
Could you imagine turning on the world's first? Imagine turning on the world's first time machine, and just tons of people start pouring through immediately because it's the furthest back that all the future people could travel to.
You've also got to think, if you travel back in time too far, the Earth will have moved, and you'll just be fucking floating in space in the middle of nowhere.
True.
Well, that's complicated.
Well, yeah,
It's like, what, are you
that's why you'd have
traveling,
that
like,
anchoring
a portal
points.
type thing?
You'd have
Yeah, or
the
are you,
portal would
like-
be an anchoring point that would move relative throughout space and time. So that's why like a black hole or something would be the way to go. But we looked into black holes earlier, and you need some kind of vacuum in the black hole which prevents you from being crushed if you like touch the. You can't actually touch the black hole, right?
Something that would be
Yeah, so you
that
don't get
technology is
spaghettified.
possible,
Anti-black
it's probably,
hole.
like, not possible, like.
Yeah.
Well-
Be like
not by
antimatter.
so I don't think we're anywhere near that.
And for the record, like there were no scientific discoveries in the government hearings. Like nothing was discovered. It was just like alluded to.
Well, yeah, and they said they were going to go to whatever they call like it's a specific word for when you give behind the scenes information, right? And they
A closed hearing.
But there's a room. There's like a specific word he used, but yeah.
A classified hearing.
No, a word, like a single word that but it's irrelevant. But you're right. The skiff. Thank you. It's you were right in concept, right? And so it seemed really convenient the way. One thing I was gonna just on that point. One thing that sucks about these kind of conversations, especially when portrayed in media, is everything we're talking about here regarding all of the above are the same talking points used by people that allows them to conclude that we should disregard the entire scientific or medical space as a whole. And it's challenging to find that balance between, giving all these points and disregarding versus giving all these points and providing supporting evidence.
Yeah, I think that's why it'll be important to watch the rest of that video because I believe she goes do the.
She does. We can watch the rest of it, Chris. But I think it's actually a far simpler problem than I think we maybe talk about it in reference to. I think a lot of people naturally think that it's quite a complicated issue, but like people who would take this style of discussion and the spirit of what we're talking about here and twist that to be the kind of person that comes to a very anti-scientific conclusion, they aren't actually doing in the model that we were looking at on the stream. They're not doing the first part where they got the line of the original data and drawing a model from it. They're skipping that and then predicting a conclusion afterwards, so that they're wrong on both ends of that. The scientists in this case are following the data, but then just going and making brand new predictions that just aren't required.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like that's a good summary of where we were up to. I'll rewind a little bit. In fact, let's go back just like 3 or 4 minutes just to look at Bob's information to model problem. She's just explaining the thing with it being false. This is like they follow the set rules of science, but it's not fucked, or it's not. It is fucked. It doesn't go right. And
tomorrow you'll receive
our lovely German physicist will continue to explain.
$1,000 from my friend the Prince of Nigeria. Falsifiable, but not scientific. The best way to see that what particle physicists are doing isn't good science is by noting that it's not working. Good scientists should learn from their failures, but particle physicists have been making the same mistake for 50 years. But why is it not working? I'll try to illustrate this with a simple sketch. If you understand the following 2 minutes, you can outsmart most particle physicists, and you don't want to miss that opportunity, do you? Suppose you have a bunch of data and you fit a model to it. The model is this curve. You can think of the model as an algorithm with input parameters if you like, or just a set of equations that you work out by hand. Either way, it's a bunch of mathematical assumptions. If you make a model more complicated by adding more assumptions, you can fit the data better, but the more complicated the model becomes, the less useful.
No one cares about.
No, go ahead, I care.
My daughter is having a play date tomorrow.
Okay.
And she just came downstairs and was talking about how excited she is, and she's like, "Mum, I'm just really excited because she's Canadian."
I'm gonna learn so much from this girl. Yay.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
Okay, that's all. I just had to share that for a moment.
Maybe you should like make some roadie and then let this little girl roast you on like how shitty your roadie is. That would be good.
Well, it'll be. Eventually, the model is more complicated than the data. At this point, you can fit anything, and the model is entirely useless. This is called overfitting. The best model is one that reaches a balance between simplicity of the model and accuracy of the fit. Let's suppose it's this one. If you get new data and the data do not agree with what was previously your best model, then you improve the model. This is normal scientific practice, and this is probably what particle physicists think they are doing, but it's not what they are doing. The currently best model is the standard model, and all the data agree with it, so there's no reason to amend it. Here's what they are doing instead. Let's imagine that this curve is the standard model, and this is all the existing data. And imagine we have a particle physicist, let's call him Bob. Bob says, "That's nice, but we haven't checked the model over here." And he says, "I could make this model more complicated so that the curve goes instead this way, or that way, or any other way. I'll pick this one, call this my prediction, and hey, I'll publish it in PRL. Why do I predict it? Because I can. Because you see, my model agrees with all the data, so this prediction could be correct, right? Right? And it's falsifiable. Therefore, I'm a good scientist." And all of Bob's friends with all their different predictions say the same. They are all good scientists, every single one of them. And as a result of all that good science, we get any possible prediction. Then they do an experiment and the data come in, and would you know it, they agree with the standard model. And Bob and all his friends say, "Oh well, no worries, we'll update our prediction. Now the deviations are in this range where we still haven't measured it. We need bigger experiments. And also, I'll write a new paper about it." What's the problem with that procedure? The problem is that those models, with all their different predictions, are unnecessarily complicated. They should never have been put forward. They are not scientific hypotheses. They are made-up stories, like my friend, the Prince of Nigeria, who'll send you money tomorrow. Though if you send me $100 today, I'll have another word with him. There are only two justifications for making a model more complicated. The first is if you already have data that requires it. We can call this an inconsistency with data. The second is if the model isn't working properly. It makes several predictions that contradict each other, or no predictions at all. We can call this an internal inconsistency. And that's what's going wrong in particle physics. They have no justification for making the standard model more complicated. When they do it nevertheless, it isn't working, because that's just not how science works. If you change a good model, then that change should be an improvement, not a complication. I believe the reason they don't notice what they're doing is that they have invented all these pseudo-problems that the complicated models are supposed to fix, like the absence of unification or some parameters being small. These aren't real problems because they don't prevent them from making predictions with the standard model. They are just aesthetic misgivings. In fact, if you look at the list of unsolved problems in the Foundations of Physics on Wikipedia, most problems on the list are pseudo-problems. I have a list in which I distinguish real from pseudo-problems, to which I'll leave you a link in the info below.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's like a fundamental problem as well, in not just physics, but I think I made the comparison earlier between this kind of logical fallacy and the kind of logical fallacy that goes on behind conspiratorial thinking, is where the central premise is like incorrect from the start. Like some physicists don't like that the mass value of the Higgs boson is what it is. It's not a aesthetically pleasing number. It doesn't neatly fit anywhere. But there's no like law in the universe that nature ought to be like intuitive or just fit nicely. So they are kind of inventing solutions for a problem that isn't actually a problem. Like the calculations still work and they're fine. so there's nothing wrong with the model, but it would feel better to them if it was different, you know. So they're making up and calling a problem when it's not actually a problem. A lot of stuff that's not yet discovered in physics might not even exist because it might not even be a problem. It might not need to exist.
Right. True. Flat Earth is the only example I can think of. I wish I could think of a better one. People on the Earth appears flat. Should be nice and neat.
I mean, well, that's a good thing, right? A lot of people think they might be simplifying a concept, or it's more intuitive, their explanation. But flat Earth would only create even more questions than answers. Like it doesn't help anything.
Right.
The problems aren't really problems, they're like people's like lack of understanding and like inability to like think in a specific way. Like it shouldn't be that hard to like conceive of, I don't know, not being able to like see the curve of the Earth like perfectly, like and just stuff like that. It's just there.
It's some of the motivations might be wrong.
I think Android, the metaphor that would work perfectly, I think you would understand, is it's like a kid saying why, and then eventually you just snap and you go, it just is that way. It just is, you know. Sometimes there isn't like a more fundamental reason why a certain cosmological constant is the number that it is. Sometimes it just is.
Best.
And there are a few real problems in the foundations of physics, but they are difficult to solve, and particle physicists don't seem to like working on them. But then I repeat myself. I've been giving many talks about this. It hasn't made me friends among particle physicists, but it's not like I'm against particle physics. I like particle physics. That's why I talk about those problems. It bothers me that they're not making progress. There are some common replies that I get from particle physicists. The first is to just deny that anything is wrong. Because, hey, they are writing so many papers and holding so many conferences. Or they'll argue that it sometimes just takes a long time to find evidence for a new prediction. For example, it took more than 30 years from the hypothesis of the neutrino to its confirmation. It took half a century to directly detect gravitational waves, and so on. But both of those objections are beside the point. The issue isn't that it's taking a long time. The issue is that particle physicists make all these wrong predictions, and that they think that's business as usual. The next objection they bring up is normally that, yes, there are all those wrong predictions, but they don't matter. The only thing that matters is that we haven't tested the standard model in this or that range, and we should. The problem with this argument is that there are thousands of possible tests we could do in physics, and all of them cost money, sometimes a lot of money. We must decide which tests are the most promising ones and the ones most likely to lead to progress. This is why we need good predictions for where something new can be found, and that's why all those wrong predictions are a problem. Particle physicists know, of course, that predictions are important, because that's why they always claim that some new experiment would be able to rule out this or that particle, though they usually don't mention that there wasn't any reason to think those particles existed in the first place. Besides, in which other discipline of science do we excuse thousands of wrong predictions with saying it doesn't matter? Another common reply I get from particle physicists is that it doesn't matter that those models are all wrong, because while they're working on it, they might stumble over something else that's interesting. And that's possible, but it's not a good strategy for knowledge discovery. As I've already said a few times, it does, as a matter of fact, not work. Also, if that's really the motivation for their work, then I think they should put this into their project proposals. Hey, I don't actually think that those particles I'm going on about here exist, but please give me money anyway because I'm smart, and maybe while I write useless papers I'll have a good idea about something else entirely. I'm sure that'll fly. Another objection that particle physicists often bring up is that this guessing worked in the past. But if you look at
This is a
past
big one.
predictions in the foundations of physics, which turned out to be correct, and that did not just confirm an existing theory, then it was those which made a necessary change to the theory. The Higgs boson, for example, is necessary to make the Standard Model work. Antiparticles, predicted by Dirac, are necessary to make quantum mechanics compatible with special relativity. Neutrinos were necessary to explain observations. 3 generations of quarks are necessary to explain CP violation, and so on. That the physicists who made those predictions didn't always know that doesn't matter. The point is that we can learn from this. It tells us that a good strategy is to focus on necessary changes to a model, those that resolve an inconsistency with data or an internal inconsistency. One final objection I want to mention usually doesn't come from particle physicists, but from people in other fields who think that we need all these models to explain dark matter. But that's mixing up 2 different things. We need either dark matter or a modification of gravity to explain observations in astrophysics and cosmology. But if it's dark matter, then the only thing we need to explain observations is how the mass is distributed. Details about the particles, if they exist, are unnecessary. What particle physicists do is guess these unnecessary details. They guess, for example, that those particles will be produced at some particle collider, which then doesn't happen. So what will happen to particle physicists? Well, if you extrapolate from their past behavior to the future, then the best prediction for what will happen is nothing. They'll continue doing the same thing they've been doing for the past 50 years. It'll continue to not work. Governments will realize that particle physics is eating up a lot of money for nothing in return. Funding will collapse, people will leave, the end. A lot of people are intimidated by physics. Don't be. It isn't magic, and if you didn't understand it at school, maybe the way they teach it in school wasn't the right approach for you. If you want to try a new approach to learning, have a look at the courses at Brilliant, who have been sponsoring this video. Brilliant has a large variety of courses on science and mathematics. It's a fresh and fun method to learn something new or freshen up knowledge from long ago.
What did you think of that then?
Yeah, it was quite good.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Got a bit distracted by typing to chat. But
But these are like the fundamental problems behind a lot of science.
yeah, I'm definitely happier like wrapping up all of the other far out there conversations with like a more grounded look at what it takes to really like progress. Because we're at like a chat has heard this, but I've said it a couple of times, is that I'm just worried like we're at the end game of science where it'll be like more difficult to discover more things. But I guess instead of like succumbing to that worry or fear, you just need to take like a hard look at what it really takes to progress.
We're also on like a bit of the like while it's more difficult to like discover things, we're also like our technology and our ability to discover things is like fucking zooming. It's definitely getting easier. And we're like,
Yeah.
as technology grows, then our ability to do this stuff grows too.
So one thing I like to touch on is that there's like lots of different areas of science, and material science is the one that we are like the most advanced in. And then a lot of people are like, oh, but like we need to enhance like spiritually as a race or whatever. But along that same line of thought or concepts is that there's like energy science, which we're working on really hard at the moment, which is like conductors, and that should have huge breakthroughs. We will be able to like power cities and move energy around like a lot more efficiently. Biological science, which is morally kept away from progressing, because you don't really want to like it's not really ethical to give like a monkey like consciousness if it's just gonna like suffer for like all eternity, unless of course you want to like create some religious aspect to it, which like the Muslims who are in constant war, they think that it's like totally fine because in future generations it'll be fine, as opposed to like, you know, caring about the actual generations that are here. What other kinds of science do we have?
Well, I think like a good example of science that's useful and that everyone kind of likes or thinks of when they think of science or good science is work on say for example fusion reactors that will potentially give us tons of really clean energy, more than we put in, you know, like a infinite power hack basically. And like all that kind of stuff is really promising, and faced with terrible technical details, that's making it very difficult to get these concepts that we know theoretically, mathematically are possible to work in real life.
The more like energy we can output, like the more we can do shit.
Right. And governments could be investing more money into these types of projects of things that are fundamentally possible, but we don't quite have the level of technology to fully pull them off. We could be investing into these projects to make them work, rather than pouring money into particle colliders to detect some made-up particle, to explain something that doesn't need explaining in physics because it's not actually a problem. It doesn't mess with the predictions. Everything still works.
Well, the biggest thing is application of resources, right? How, you know, because it would be great if we can go and just test everything and not throw caution to the wind, but it's application of resources.
Yeah.
And if you're making errant predictions, I mean, I think it'll always be useful to go and keep trying to advance our models and you know, go with the standard model as far as we can. But if you know, are developing, you know, niche stuff, because it's not just, you know, the particle colliders, you're also paying for, you know, time to prove and disprove theories. So if you go and put an errant theory out there that, you know, now one guy puts an errant theory out there and the math kind of checks out, and now you have to dedicate a whole team to go and developing not just, you know, an understanding of that theory, but you know, parameters to test it, and then they have to run experiments to test that, which just takes time on these machines. And all the while, we could have just been, you know, sticking to the standard model and testing that out. So it's all about application of resources at the moment, right? Because we only have so many of these facilities. Well, I mean, curing world hunger is great, but you know, how else am I going to go and get a ticket to Mars if we don't, you know, advance particle theories?
Has anybody read The Three-Body Problem?
I haven't yet. I've been hearing a lot of talk about it recently because of a movie that came out, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I kind of want to throw a little spanner in the works, just, you know, just for the sake of it.
Sure.
But there's like a concept in there. It's like the shooter and the farmer. We'll just go with the farmer one because it just highlights the point a little bit. But there's like a little bit of a story where it says this farmer, he comes out every morning at 6 a.m. and he feeds his chickens. And the scientist chicken, after like this happening for a few months, clocks on, and he gets all of the other chickens together at 6 a.m. in the morning. And he says, right, he's like, the farmer's going to come and feed us. And the farmer comes and he slaughters all the chickens. And I don't know, I just thought that throws a little bit of a span in the works. Just
Wait, what's the relation?
Well, I think the implication being that it's not wrong to go with the model, but there's a possibility that like it
We're
could
wrong.
be wildly like different in the future.
There are things outside the model
Yeah.
that maybe we don't have the like
Shit,
data.
and the model
Yeah.
looks back.
Yeah, exactly.
When you look at the model looks back at you.
Yeah.
Which is true, but like you can't predict that kind of thing, right?
No,
You know,
I agree. It
Yeah.
just come into my head, and I thought I'd just throw a little side tangent in there.
That's really only a problem for the chicken in that metaphor. For everybody else, that's the universe as it should be.
I don't know. They might gang up on the farmer.
What like fucking
It'd be like
Zelda.
chicken run. It'd be like chicken
Yeah,
run.
well, the chickens are taking over, bro.
Get the guns, get to the armory. Yeah.
And they really won't care about particle physics. They're just fucking pecking at bugs and seed.
I wish I could live that obliviously.
We should have been planning
wanna
against the
be a
chickens the
chicken.
whole time.
True. I love that there's some argument on Reddit with some like Peter dude who's like, if the chickens were strong, like they wouldn't do this to us. And someone was like, well, actually, the chickens are well known to be carnivorous animals who would quite happily devour
Lots
your
of
children.
chickens would do that. To
Yeah.
us.
Have you seen
Chickens are descendants
chickens?
of
What do you call
dinosaurs.
it? A clique. They gang up on each other.
I feel like, fuck, which animal? If you were to pick an animal that if they were to gain like intelligence and reasoning, like by their like nature and the way that they act, which animal should be your overlord?
Or overlord. Damn.
Yeah, like just pretend that you could like give like legit consciousness to any species.
It's a tricky
and
one.
like
Definitely
based
not
on
a
their
bird.
previous like sort of nature.
What are those?
That's cool.
What are the ones that you have on that island that just smile at people? The Kawakos or whatever they are?
Capybaras?
No, not the capybaras. The little like teddy bears. You know
Oh,
what I'm talking about?
quokkas.
Quokkas. No, they're not
Quokkas, yeah,
quokkas.
quokkas. No, they are quokkas. Like no, I'll type it in the side chat.
I got it. QU. Okay.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
guys.
They're so cute. Oh god, I feel like that's who I want to be my overlord.
Dude.
You know.
That'd be a fair overlord, I think. Look at that face.
I don't think those islands. Where is Quokka Island?
How big would their body have to get to hold their tiny brain to get their brain to also be relatively big? Maybe a
They
big
just have like a
quokka.
super. We get like technology to make their brains like condensed.
They could be like little Ewok size, you know?
Compression algorithm.
Quokka Island is in Rottnest Island. Where's what Rottnest Island? I'm in Brisbane,
Easter Island?
Greater Brisbane area. So, you know, Supreme thought that these were fake. Oh no, he thought they were ugly.
Oh, he's a monster.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with him? Western Australia. They're literally the opposite side of Australia to me.
If I could give consciousness to any animal,
Well, no, okay. It's
Probably-
not just if you could give consciousness. It's who would you trust with that consciousness, like hoping that they wouldn't like obliterate you.
Consciousness and power.
If you gave consciousness to ants, how do you think that would fuck them up?
I don't trust those motherfuckers. They're too coordinated. Like they could do
That's what I'm
something.
saying.
Like,
If you gave them consciousness, they would not be coordinated, and you'd fuck up a whole
They
society.
would be though, because they'd still be like technically like the weird hive mind. They have like a level of awareness that they otherwise didn't have.
Yeah, I think they like the smells of other ants like seem to increase their intelligence or something. They are like
Ants are fucking crazy. There's some cool ant documentaries.
very hard. I'm a
Alright.
big
I think
fan of
any-
Ants Canada.
I think any animal with consciousness would end up evil.
Yeah,
Why?
it's
Because
hard
we
to
fucked
point
them
to.
over.
Because we are, yeah.
Yeah, because we're kind of fucked.
I mean, they're going to
also,
be evil, but how evil?
can't-
Wait, who would you trust? Who do you think would be like the best off with? I feel
I
like
don't
maybe,
know.
like,
Let's
just
say
puppies.
dolphins because they can't come on the land.
Yeah, who would
Yeah.
do the most gentle Holocaust on the?
They could
the
just
Don't
make
think that's
fucking
far
like,
away.
we give them like good intelligence. They can just make like fucking like spacesuits with dolphins.
I mean, you can't be evil unless you have consciousness. It's like a
Yeah.
you need to have intent, right?
Obviously, we're fucking
Yeah.
talking. Stop! Like actually, like come on.
Well, actually, they haven't got opposable thumbs, so they couldn't build spacesuits.
I think, man, the question of good and evil is like obviously kind of strange. Obviously, some humans seem to have like an evil capability, but then in nature, evil things sort of just happen, right? And that's how we sort of recognize the evil within ourselves, without having like a religion or a Bible. You can just sort of look at the world and be like, that thing seems
Kinda
really
fucked
evil.
up.
We can overcome it, and that's probably what's good, is overcoming that.
Okay, so what species would you trust the most? Like, which is the most trustworthy species?
Worms.
Pigeons.
Worms are just so retarded. You don't even know what they do.
Have you
Pigeons
seen?
They might
are
be
always
super
watching.
evil. Yeah, it's too
feel
much
like
of a.
maybe- Dogs that aren't pit bulls, maybe.
Yes. True. Yeah, Labrador is like a good
like-
example, right?
You just they feel good natured.
Labrador
Cats, I think
social
cats
media.
would. I don't think cats are sadistic. Cats are kind of sassy and bitchy, but they're not like sadistic and mean.
Yeah, every cat.
I
Labradors
don't
might
know.
be-
They've still got that relation to the big cats in it. Like, I reckon if they had the power, they'd like fuck us over totally.
Yeah,
No,
I think
even
if-
dude,
if-
even big cats are fucking like can be chill. I've seen like literally like zoo trainers like play with cats.
I'm like my test for like an animal and how quote unquote kind it is I imagine if I got hit by that shrink ray from Honey I Shrunk the Kids, and then my pet came up to me, cats would just eat
Would
you.
it be- Yeah.
Yeah.
I
my
feel
dog,
like so. No,
my
they play
dog
with
would-
you first
my-
and then eat you.
Yeah, my dog would be chill. He'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Nah, I don't think
No,
so.
my dog
But
doesn't do random
regardless, like
stuff
we're
that.
talking about consciousness. We're talking about like their nature. I feel like cats are just like the bitchy and sassy. They're not like weirdly mean. Like it's not like they just fucking like.
I don't know. Have you ever
Still
seen a cat with a
affectionate.
mouse?
They're still like affectionate and like like they're still chill, but they're just like a little bit sassier. But they're not like cruel.
Yeah, Winston
I love
Churchill had
pigs,
one of
too.
my favourite quotes. He says, "I'm fond of pigs. Dogs look up to us, cats look down on us, and pigs treat us as equals." And there's another saying that every cat thinks it's the best cat, which
Yeah, but that doesn't
like,
mean that I still don't think they'd like if they like fucked us over, I think it would be in a very like goofy like comic book villain way, not really like anything really malicious.
an evil cat.
I like the Discworld quote about cats, where he says that cats remember that once they were worshipped of gods, and they've never forgotten.
Yeah, true. I've heard that one before. Terry Pratchett, the man.
Yeah.
My cat like lets my children like put like props, so she looks like a drunk, like tired man that just finished work, and she's fine with it. So
Yeah, on the mug there, that's the one.
I wish I could make this bigger. In
But, no,
ancient
post a
times,
photo of
cats were
my cat.
worshipped as gods. They have not forgotten Terry Pratchett. It's true, the hieroglyphics of cats, and now they're just all over the internet. I don't think we've forgotten either.
They still are praised.
I love hairless cats. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people are like,
Yo, everyone shits on my fucking werewolf cats, saying they're ugly, but they're fucking cool as shit. They're kind of ugly, but they're like a cool ugly.
what, your werewolf cats? What are they? What do I Google for that?
Lykoi.
K-O-I. Oh, shit. Yeah, no. Yeah,
Like
no.
Yeah, they are kind of a cute ugly though. Yeah, they are kind of a cute ugly. To be
Yeah,
fair.
they're cool ugly. They're like, oh, that's fucking like badass as fuck.
Yeah, look
That's
at
cool.
these two goofy goobers.
It's like big is beautiful type.
They don't even look like cats. It's wild.
They're fucking exactly. They look like little gremlin werewolves. I love it. Yeah, I'm putting a photo on the side chat of my cat. My daughter's propped their toys, and she looks like a drunk child. Not a drunk child, fucking drunk like old man or something that just finished work.
Just chilling.
You got problems.
She's just vibing.
There's another kind of cat which is kind of similar to this one, but less disabled.
Oh, I love
looking.
those. Are that looks like a Scottish fold, but also a Russian blue.
Yeah, it probably is. Actually, I think those Scottish folds can be found in.
Because Russian blue, they had that really like distinct fur and like fur eye color, but like the ears are very Scottish fold.
Oh my goodness.
They're
Oh
so fucking cute. I think that's AI, that one, but like I want that cat to exist.
Because it couldn't be real. That's what you think when you see it. Oh, this noble gentleman.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. When I want to be in my happy place, I think of you skipping through a field with dozens of cats and ponies and puppies. You know how they bobble along?
Mm-hmm.
You'd think I'd put myself in that situation.
Like Snow White shit, you know, like Snow White when she's like got all like the birds and forest animals and stuff.
Boom, 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 boom.
I love sausage dogs. I refuse to say their real name because I'm not German and it sounds goofy. But
Do you guys want to watch another science-based thing about those Bogdanov twins that Justical uses for his mascot? But they're
Would do, but I'm gonna have to start work I'm gonna have to do some emails and stuff,
Oh,
and then I'll
I'll
probably get
revert
to sleep.
I feel for you.
Yeah, man. I've been putting it off. I was thinking about it half an hour ago. Alright then, I'm gonna love you all and leave you all.
All right.
Good night.
Love you.
Good night.
Bye.
Night, bro,
Good
mate.
night.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've been doing serial killer binges. I've been watching lots of Bo's videos.
Oh yeah, me
She has
too.
like she has had like fun videos, like have like goofier fun like Twitch ones, but she has like a series called like Sinister, and it's like women like serial killers and stuff. But
You got any
they're a
good
little
ones
bit
you can
more
recommend?
like and them just look up like Bo's Sinister. It's just like her series of where she's a little bit more like scripted. She's still Bo's, right? But she's a little bit more scripted and like got like this timeline of things and goes through like a general like narrative of like a specific like mostly women serial killer or something. They've been really fun. Watching one Andrea Yates before. That was
That's
one.
like
No,
another one.
Amy Bishop was fucking crazy. She fucked with me a lot.
Andrea Bishop. For like,
No, you
Doesn't even know the Yates.
mix the two names. Andrea Yates, but then there's Amy Bishop. Two separate. Maybe that was me that fucked it up.
Similar
Does
to
anyone
like,
know the Yates story from like off
yeah.
the top of their head? Like remember it when being a kid?
It's she's
Surround
fucking.
your kids.
ah.
Is she the one where her husband like? Yeah, she like tried to get help, and then like their conventional Christian
Yeah,
like
so
background
many
like
times.
suppressed
Uh-huh.
like her mental illness.
And she was like totally like she asked for help so many times. It's sad. This lady fucking. I still like it's fucked. She killed their children. It's fucked up. But like I have a little bit of empathy for her because she was really like screaming out like holy fuck I need help. Hospitals so many times, like mental institutions and shit, and
Yeah. Disdain for the institutions.
well, she went there, but they just sort of were like, okay, like, but
She's
that's
still
it. Like,
alive.
it was just never quite enough. Yeah, she's in the mental hospital, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure her church coaching her on like it's fine probably didn't help her like be convincing enough to the
Yeah.
hospital. But,
And she was very like having like hallucinations and fucking like a lot of like postnatal depression and.
Along the same line as true crime stuff, I was watching a bunch of documentaries on cults as well recently, like the Branch Davidians, Jonestown, Orm
Oh
Street,
yeah, I
the
have two actually. There was
Buddhism.
another one. Oh
Yeah.
fuck, there was another one.
Go ahead, Papa. You've been trying to say this a couple times. I'll make room for you.
Mhm. No, that was it. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh, that was it? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
I bet.
Amy Bishop.
Have you
was
watched
the
those
thing
sex
first.
cult yet?
Which
It's on
one?
Netflix called the Wilds of Oregon or whatever, or the something like that. It's a
I don't think so.
if
I
you
was,
it's
I was watching the Japanese one, the Japanese cult that did the Tokyo sarin gas attack in 1995. I
Oh
was
yeah,
watching
we
a
were talking about that the
documentary
other
about
night, weren't we?
Yeah, I
we
think
were.
so. Yeah.
a little bit.
The guy found the tape. He has like that 1,000 subscriber YouTube channel, and he just goes through old VHSs and puts them on digital, and like gets them from Goodwills. And like he had found a tape that was like someone going through like all the employees at Disney or whatever, and was part of that cult, I think, maybe a different one. And like it had like chemical weapons in it, and like and then had like a day on the calendar, you know, like in the future, I guess. And so it's clearly pointing to like an attack on Disney, and then there ended up being like some shit. I'm rambling.
About those Branch Davidians, were they the Waco siege? Or
Yeah,
is-
that was the Waco thing.
So it says they're like an apocalypse cult, but they didn't actually try to kill themselves or anything. They were like fairly well integrated.
Yeah, and they were basically killed by the authorities who were sieging
Marshals.
the place. Yeah, it was a big
ATF.
big scandal. Yeah.
Yeah.
The actual showdown is more like it's just a culmination of what happened. It's not the most interesting thing about them.
Okay. What is the most interesting thing? It's just such an interesting turn of events. Sorry, with the ATF, because the ATF had accidentally gone out into the woods and like killed a guy and his kid, and then they were like real keen to like prove their worth, and then they went off and killed everyone at Waco. So it was like decades. Like, but what is the most interesting things? They were obviously stockpiling weapons and stuff, and like being a little bit suspicious, but they were pretty open about the way they were being suspicious.
I find the way that leadership happens and the types of teachings that these cults have to be like pretty interesting. Like I studied new religions and new religions in Japan at a university, but it's pretty similar with these other cults. With the Branch Davidians, it was interesting because there was kind of like a competition over leadership, which is pretty rare in the head of one of these cults, where you have people like compete and literally physically fight over leadership of the cult, getting each other sent to jail and stuff like that. Really like having like that kind of showdown. It wasn't like usually I feel like when a cult loses its lead guy, if there's not like an heir, the cult just kind of fizzles out. If it's just built around the charisma of one person, if it's a cult of personality, it's a real test to the group when that change of leadership happens. But it's interesting when it does happen, and it's interesting when it happens like this.
Yeah. I just looked it up. It's Wild Wild Country. Sorry, go ahead. Did you want to go ahead, or I was gonna?
Hey, you're all good.
It sounds super gay because it's a sex cult, but I highly recommend watching it because it's the story of like a cult in India that ends up coming to the U.S. What they do is they have all this money. So what they do is they basically decide to go to Oregon, where you could just like incorporate a town anywhere, and live under their own rule. So they do, and then the neighboring city is like an older community. So they're like, fuck these people, these new fucking sex having people, and I don't think they were doing anything wrong. And they end up trying to take over this town, or like prevent it from incorporating and all that stuff and being ran.
It's
so then all the people in the cult,
right? The
like
cult
end up
owns like a whole town.
Yeah, they have like Rolls Royces, like 70 Rolls Royces come in when the lead cult guy comes in town, and they end up like, I won't spoil it, but they end up like the cult people actually end up going and showing up to vote. So it backfires. So the vote, they end up getting run by the cult. And so the cult starts like buying out some of the property in the neighboring town that they weren't even trying to fuck with. And it becomes like this. Then there's guns involved and people getting shot in the end. It's a fucking hell of a story.
The cult had like helicopters and stuff, right?
I kind of want to know why you thought that was gay.
Because it's a sex cult.
Oh, because I have a short attention.
Why is the sex cult gay?
I have a short attention span. If somebody's told me about a sex cult, I go, cool. Like, I wouldn't watch it, right?
Oh, so you mean gay is okay? I thought you meant like literally like no homo, like kind of gay. And I'm like, why is that gay? It's just a sex cult. What's gay about? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sex is so gay, guys. Actually, yeah.
That's what I was really confused.
Cooties are gay.
I'll tell you what, you're not a man until you've had a man. That's my cult motto.
True.
If you think about it, every guy ever came from a woman, so it's pretty gay to like women.
Yeah, what are you,
True.
half woman?
I mean,
wait, you followed after your mom?
Beta! Amazing. What was that doco called?
Oh my god.
What was the doco called?
It's called Wild Wild Country.
Oh yeah, Wild. I have seen this, I believe.
It's a very, very good. I've seen it like 3 times. It's just a very windy story.
Is it Rajneesh? Is the guy? Yeah, it is.
Rajneesh, yeah.
Rajneesh Osho. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh Osho. What a freak.
Yeah, and there was a female lead, so like she kind of ran everything, but she was like his right hand man.
Yeah, she was real brutal,
and-
right? And he was like kind of chill.
Yeah.
Oh, and,
And
she
then,
that was
yeah,
like she would like compete to like put other people down from being his second in command. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, she like poisoned people in the end and all kinds of crazy
Yeah,
shit.
she was killing people. Pumpernickel, you were saying about the cult of personality, people fighting each other, because I also always think of a cult of personality as like one person having the personality, but there's you're talking about like a phenomenon of other people like adopting the same personality, sort of.
Kind of. So you can hand over leadership of a cult by having an heir, basically, like the main student of the leader who's already being kind of groomed as the replacement person in the future. You can do that, but if the cult leader is particularly narcissistic and is never going to accept that kind of transfer of power until he dies, then like if he does die or in some other way get like arrested or leave, you find often that the cult falls apart pretty quickly. In the cases that it doesn't, there tends to be some kind of extraneous circumstance that's pretty unique.
Right, what was the Mormon, right? Where they had like the son or whatever, or like the second in command, like killed and fucked all the wives of like the main like fucking Mormon guy out in Utah. It was like one of those cults where the guy went to jail for, I don't know, I'll have to look it up. Go ahead, sorry.
All kinds of things. That's crazy.
What if you made your leader like more ethereal and like
Yeah, that's the way I naturally
call
think it would go, but I guess they fall
call it
apart.
a
Me and my
religion?
friends are the cult leader. Like a three-person group of people are the cult leader.
3 mind body?
There you go.
Yeah, we got a cult in New Zealand called Glory
Trinity.
Vale, which is a weird one.
Father, the Son, and your mom.
Boom. We're brothers.
Yeah, this is New Zealand's like.
Did you sleep on stream last
longest
night,
lasting cult.
Maddie?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I see he's a real MLK over here. We have among our midst, boys. You know,
Yeah.
really
He
create
had
and
a
change.
I'm following the cult leader.
Did you have a dream? And was it a good one?
I don't recall.
I had a dream that everyone could
Do you remember
sleep
waking
in
up?
Discord.
Yeah, I woke up alone, and you all were here. So
Oh yeah,
You were being goofy overnight.
that happened to me.
I was being goofy.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd like put your thumb, like you'd be half asleep and then I'd say something and you'd like give me like a thumbs up.
Oh no, that was for me earlier, but then I fell asleep again. And
He
then
gives
everyone
intermittent consent. He gives intermittent consent to, you know, just to let you
to
know.
monetize my sleeping.
Yeah, that's what gets the views. Pump those numbers up. Oh, does anyone know if anything interesting happened on the drama streams or anything lately? Anyone watch Destiny? Anyone?
Nah, he makes me too grumpy. I've been ignoring him, giving him silent treatment.
You know what I should look up? I should look up how Aiko's stream went, because she rated me earlier. I love Aiko.
Aiko is she's an interesting character. She changed so I don't know if she stopped smoking weed or she cut down on it.
No, she smoked more weed and also microdoses. I believe. That's what I've seen people say.
Interesting. Aiko drama
She
stream.
definitely was very careful. She's very careful ever since like the last 2 times she came on and just got eviscerated. She doesn't give an opinion on anything drama related. She is so careful now. Obviously, she talks shit, I think, when she thinks people aren't going to hear about her or find out. I have a super disdain for her, sorry.
Fair.
She just like latches onto random things and like super like gets obsessed with it. Right?
Emotional Aiko. Last time I saw her on a show was on Tom Foolery's show, and she just kept pissing in his avatar's mouth, and he kept trying to crop her
that
off.
was-
And she-
passive-aggressive bullshit.
And then
I love
Stardust
that,
came
yeah.
in and gave like a shitty opinion, and then the only thing Aiko said was just like, okay, bye Stardust, you're a whore.
Kind of
Like,
based.
all
It's so
all
funny,
she does is
dude.
punch down.
Yeah.
She kept on moving the piss to to follow him.
Yeah, and Tom, such a
Were-
beta,
were you-
couldn't do anything about it.
Were all you guys there when we listened to the Mr. Girl stuff and she came in to try to give her summary of events? And everyone was like, dude, what the fuck? We listened to this like a week ago. Were any of you guys here for the Mr. Girl and Destiny and Chud thing?
Nah, I want to know if
Nobody?
you can link it though.
Oh.
I'm always super interested.
Yeah, I'll just play that clip because it's like it's the most how I think about Aiko, and maybe you guys can discount because it's just like she talks so much shit, and then she comes on and it was so.
Boom, 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 boom. Do you have a link for me? I can just chuck it up, or
I was just gonna stream it real quick.
You got your other streaming PC, or you're not. I don't even know what I call it. The regular
Calm down,
PC.
Chris. I'm looking for the link.
That was so loud it came out of my headphones, and my 3-year-old heard it. She's like, "What was that sound?"
Oh, bring in. It doesn't say the person's name. It just says bring in first person. All right. So, yeah, anytime. It's it's a funny segment all the way. Why you
buffering?
Because this happened with the kind of skeptic anti-SJW community, right? It was seemingly kind of memes and jokes at first with some of the things they were saying, and then some of them, like, unironically became like far-right weirdos. Yeah. And you know, it's like, hey guys, we're joking, right? And it's like, no, these guys aren't joking. There was that Edgy Sphinx person, I think, that specifically presented themselves as a skeptic and kraut.
To the like. Okay.
Jokes. All
Come on. Did they just bring her in not to talk?
The
Was it? All right.
hey,
we argue that YouTubers and Twitch streamers, everything do the same. You can engage with problematic humor in responsible ways and irresponsible ways, or even in responsible ways that are still ways that cause harm. It just depends on what we're talking about.
Sorry, Aiko's here. So, Aiko, hello.
hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify because what I thought would happen happened. I don't. It's not about you as a person, Destiny. It's the. Fuck. Sorry. It's the thing itself. I don't know why. I mean, I guess you kind of are lumping me in with the rest of the people that say they're on the left, but I don't know what everyone gets up to on Twitter. But my whole point is I want to point out the individual instances that happen without putting moral weight on it, so and not within the framing of punishment. And I think that people see criticism as, I don't know, as like, oh, let's put them on trial. Should they be around or not? I have no problem with people's platforming. I don't want to tell people how to run their platforms. I want to support them in doing whatever is authentic to them. And I don't know. I was emotional because of personal stuff in relation to that. And it was upsetting that Nick Fuentes was able to get away a little bit with the, I don't really hate people, because I didn't realize myself, but a lot of people don't actually know Nick Fuentes. They don't know his history. Like, it's a lot longer ago than it feels like, or at least I don't know. Did anything make sense? I don't know.
It was like the most non-committal series of statements I've ever heard in my entire life.
She was struggling.
I mean, honestly.
I was
okay,
upset
this is
because
my
people don't know
problem.
Nick.
My
Listen, let me help
Hold
you,
on.
okay?
Okay.
I can help you really drill down into detail here,
Poor
because it
thing.
seemed like your concerns or criticisms when we spoke.
What's up?
I was but
Say
she,
pause?
Nah, well, I was just saying, she was struggling. She was like, and I'm just upset because people don't know Nick Fuentes. It's like, okay.
Okay. What do I do with that info? Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get some sleep, guys. Good night.
Down to detail,
Alright,
right?
good
Because
night,
it
dude.
seemed like your
Love you.
concerns or criticisms when we spoke earlier.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Was that, in the course of this stream, there were some
Thank you.
moments
I
where you
appreciate
felt
that.
that Destiny didn't sufficiently push back on what Nick Fuentes was saying, right?
Yes. That's what I felt like.
So maybe we
And
can focus on those moments.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm just observing it, and honestly, I just want things to not.
Is she gonna cry?
I guess it just the only reason why I'm here is because I get really fucking annoyed being essentialized by people that take clips and go and make it personal when I really specifically don't want to talk about people's hearts and minds or their motivations, and everything gets grouped into people who hate Destiny or love Destiny or whatever. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Like,
What about me, Aika?
I have no problem with people who are like chill with you either.
But you've done multiple streams complaining about me, right? Saying bad things.
Oh
about
yeah, because of okay. Would you like me to just say what? One of the things was when you told Stardust that the Tinder date story, when you had the first interview with her, I felt like you did a bit of verbal sleight of hand that gave people the impression that you gave nuance when you didn't. There was no nuance involved in the words that you said.
Okay. Do you see my problem with
Question.
you having basically the same reaction to me telling a Tinder date story in which I may or may not have done something rapey?
Well, by your description, it was.
As you have.
And you said that
You're
as
gonna
well.
do it right now. You're gonna
Okay,
spend
sorry.
half of
I'm
this.
sorry.
But
No,
you get what I'm saying?
done.
Like, do
I'll mute myself.
do I deserve the same emotional response as what you were saying is a literal Nazi is not getting
A
the right
literal
pushback
Nazi.
from a gigantic political
No, I'm on your side with this. I think.
I
Right?
know, but do you see why it feels like you've cried wolf a little bit and now
It's
it's
not
like
personal. I stand by everything that I said about you.
that's fine. You can stand by it. I'm just saying, do you see how it undermines your ability later to say like, hey, I think this is inappropriate? If you've been saying that about every single thing in the same way with the
Oh, I
same
don't.
amount of emotion,
No,
you don't think
I
you've
mean,
undermined your
I don't
ability to
expect
call out
you
bad behavior now?
to be familiar. I don't expect both of you to be familiar with the way that I operate, but I try to be clear on my own stream. This situation right here, it's not my skill set. This is not how I'm not good at engaging in this way. But I try to withhold my. I don't know. I try to engage proportionally, and though I am a very emotional person, I try to separate that from what I'm pointing out.
Has she made any strong statements yet? I have no
Does that
fucking
make
idea.
sense?
Like what the fuck
At
she's
all?
even said yet.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
God.
kind of does that. There's a lot of like vague things that are kind of nonsensical.
Yeah.
It gets lumped together, and your emotionality, while you are having an individual emotional experience, that I'm having an emotional reaction to your emotions too. But I can see my chat is just like lumping you in with every other liberal who's gonna complain about anything.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to come on and just say that, because I know that's what happens, and I know that's what was gonna happen with Destiny, and I've I
Just to be clear, people were
I
telling
hate
me that
this.
like you had a mod that was literally calling me nonstop like a Nazi in your chat. Like, did that happen?
When?
Okay. If I pull out a log, will you admit it? Or- I don't know. I'm just curious because people mention I don't dig for logs. Maybe they didn't, but
I mean, I have a no shit talking policy, especially when it comes to big streamers like you, Vosh, Hassan, except for
she
Mike from
does.
PA and Bad Bunny. Those are the only people. But because I don't want it to become an argument about like teams or what GG you follow. So I don't have debating in my chat either. This is, I'm interested in it, but that's not my thing. So. But yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. I know people don't have to believe me, but this is honest. I'm 37 years old. This isn't personal. Like, things are personal to me, but it's not about you as a human, Destiny. I don't know you, obviously, and I'm not making judgments of your character. I was upset about some of the things that slipped by, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't have done that. It's just my reaction to seeing it happen. That's it. And you don't have to really, you don't have to do anything with
hold on.
that.
Okay, you talk so much. Let's say so little, but just that when you say that, it's just my reaction. That's not true. It's not a reaction. It is a public reaction that you want everybody to see, and it's a reaction showcasing one of the most negative responses somebody can have is something just crying. So you're clearly trying to communicate at some point that something I'm doing is very wrong and shouldn't be happening. That is the point of publicly displaying tears over a thing. Do you not understand that?
No. Okay, I cry quite often. I'm a bit of in a medication mess right now. So I'm emotional, but I try to repeatedly
She's
take
biased,
it
I love
away
her.
from you as a person, and it's hard for people to not get hyper focused on the individual and how they feel about them as a whole.
I don't know what that means, but
it's valid.
Like,
because you don't have any creativity.
The only thing I care about
Destiny.
is like how things impact potentially in the future, and we don't know how anything is going to play out. And I'm not saying that
Commodore.
what you did was
Who is here?
specifically,
Oh, thank you,
like,
Dandel.
going to lead to harm. It's just I see potentials, and it's I'm not. I don't know how to really express this in a way where it's like, fuck. I just I can be upset about the thing, but also not put it on you. Just like I'm not putting shit on Mr. Girl. I don't care. Like, I have my opinions and feelings on things, but I just it's not particular to the person. I don't really know how to express what I'm trying to say. I guess
guide us, Chud.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you feel you kind of got out what you wanted to say, then we can probably end it there in terms of you coming on. Okay.
Yeah, so basically, I mean what I say, and I know people make it about get distracted by me, and also kind of essentialize things to people who are pro or anti Destiny or Mr. Girl or whoever is the topic at the moment. And it's gonna keep going, but I thought I'd just throw that out there. So thanks for listening.
No worries, Zyko. Thanks very much for coming on.
See ya.
Can you summarize that real quick for me, Chud?
Well, I think the problem I've got with first of all, no, I can't. The second thing is, why are you laughing?
She's criticizing what you do, not you as a person. I don't really believe her, but I think that's what she's saying.
I mean, yeah, I just think that. Yeah. Anyway, let's look. At the end of the day, I thought there were some critiques Zyko made that maybe she was going to bring into the call. It didn't happen. That's fine. Let's just move on, okay? Go back to what we were talking.
God, what a great combo that was. I love this dynamic of the Chud and
I feel like I
Squirrel
don't
Destiny.
even know what the fuck happened.
She's just a creative
Yeah.
genius, and you can't see the art.
Bottom of the well.
creative.
I can't see the bottom of the well. I just know it keeps going, and so there.
Yeah, I honestly, I got no idea what she said at the very end, but it was like pretty simple and straightforward. But then I guess Destiny just hits her up like, well, it was actually like a very strong, impactful reaction, all about me. So I get why Destiny would be pissed.
Wait, hold on.
They're referencing her crying about Mr. Gill, right, earlier or something.
She just does this thing where she's like really like big dog on her stream, like making really intense claims, and then when you like get her, she's like,
Fuck
actually,
Mr. Girl.
it's not really that
Fuck him."
personal. Like it's kind of like like very like
Peace
timid
and
like
love.
it's really not that bad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes it like you can't attack her because now she's a crying woman who is vulnerable
And she's also not making. She's like, well, really, I'm not really like claiming that much. I just kind of, you know, it was just my reaction. Like, it's very like, yeah, and I don't like
Dude,
it. It's
if
not
I dated her and then broke up with her, she would be identical to my ex. You gotta make it happen.
X.
My eggs.
Yeah, she I watched her stream last night. Just like I like tuning into people on rare
Yeah,
occasions
same.
like that. And
Flex's posted up.
it's amazing how many times she referenced penises, and it's just clear. I was just like, oh, okay, so we're farming, just like she is. I'm sure there's plenty of people who want to fuck her.
I
just
don't
ha-
think it's. I mean, maybe, but like, my intuition is just like she doesn't seem like very lucid to me. Like, I don't think she's like
Oh, yeah.
thinking like 5
It's all
steps ahead
smoking.
type shit. Like, it's very.
Oh yeah, it could be just as simple as I say penis, guys in chat go woo, or whatever, right? It doesn't have to be
Yeah, yeah.
malevolent, right? It can just be like a reward system that makes her
Yeah.
a cunt.
Maybe.
Yeah. I might wrap up my stream anyway. But thanks for tuning in, guys. Or I mean, I didn't really tune in. They were force-fed my stream by Ico. Did you know that?
Oh,
Dan?
my
That Ico rated
camera.
me and I was streaming.
Oh.
No,
Oh no.
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah, dude.
Like, dude, what are you doing?
That's why you probably heard me say Ico, and then we tangented on to watching this thing about Ico, but which is a bit of a weird look. But what I said was that thanks for rating me.
That's really weird.
That's okay. There's
Well, thank you for deciding for me.
yeah, there's only 5 people here. I've decided it's fine. There's
Yes.
only 5 of her chatters potentially watch that. On the other hand, though, that is a solid 20% of her chat. So
I'm not actually, man, but I would super dig. Like, heads up
yeah. Sorry,
in the
I
future.
maybe should have made it
It's okay.
doubly explicit. You did know I was streaming, right?
Yeah.
Or
It's
no?
the stream channel. So
Yeah.
wait, this is the stream.
That's why
channel,
we're in the
though.
stream
That's
channel.
all.
It says we are live.
Oh, hold on. Didn't I get yelled at the other day by Chris because I went into the stream channel? You guys were watching something, and you're like, "This is the streaming channel," because you guys were watching something. And I was
Oh.
like, "Why are?"
No,
I
it's
don't think I would say
streamable channel. It's the channel that is allowed. You're allowed to stream in.
Streaming. It's
Oh,
like streaming
okay.
like online streams. Maybe I don't think I would have yelled at you
no
about
idea.
that, but other people might have been like streaming like movies in there.
Yeah, I think that's what people thought. At least I thought
I
it
think
was for
people
purpose.
misinterpret it because I helped suggest this channel thing because like people were like weird when they found out that it was streamed like on Kick or Twitch or whatever. So we made this channel to
Yeah, that was a
like
Babuto
so
thing, right?
people could like opt into it. It was a bit
It
of
could be
everything.
called
yeah.
streamer. Streamer
Nothing
channel
like
or something.
actually happened. Like nothing actual. Like there was no any like specific event or anything that happened or drama, but it was like just a little bit of like little bits and pieces. We're like, that's probably before anything weird happens. Probably a good idea to put a channel in here.
Oh man, how do you raid people on Kick?
I'm kind of retarded, and I don't know.
I forgot. It's like slightly different from the Twitch one. Nice one, Kick. Twitch was so dog shit though. Literally got 0 people coming in naturally. How to raid on Kick. I believe you need a total of 5 viewers. and then you type /host.
I kind of like that because so many people in Twitch will like be like watching themselves and raid into other bigger channels to get attention.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I've done that before just to like troll people.
I mean, like, I don't think it's like inherently like whatever. If it's there and available, do it. But like, it just doesn't seem very like a productive thing to have in Twitch. I don't really care if the actual like person decides to do it because they can.
Let's go check out a relevance
Probably
channel
keep-
and see if that worked.
Is he streaming?
Yeah. Man, that dude in the river shooting Stabber looks so strung out over it all.
Oh yeah, fuck.
And I didn't want to.
I'm guessing he was a pretty strung out dude in general though, just to do it. Like,
Yeah, he seems tense, but I don't blame him. Like, maybe he could have done a bit better, but I feel over. I don't know.
he doesn't seem like a normal guy to me, but then maybe like he was just like,
Seems a little off.
I can't let
like,
these kids bully me. I'm a man, and that would be like a pretty normal man thing to think.
Well, they were like, fuck. I feel like if I was like getting my like head shoved under the, like, I think they probably weren't trying to like actually kill him or anything, but I wouldn't blame him for feeling like that in the moment. You know?
Yeah, flashback to his childhood, getting dunked on.
Like as soon as you add water to any scenario, like I don't know, just like fuck, it could literally.
After
Were you talking about Brandy Hart's statement?
Yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay.
I'm so
When you're sitting
tired.
there at the tubes, how were you feeling in your head? You talked about.
Boom, boom,